Good morning, guys, and welcome to day 2 of the 2024 Victorian Open Long Course Championships, as well as our World Para Series. This is the 5th time the World Para Series has been held here in Melbourne. We're very excited to have them on board to kick off day 2. We're going to be starting off with our World Para Series men's 100 metre breaststroke multi-class. This will be event 32 on your program after an absolute fire day of racing yesterday. We saw some amazing performances in our beautiful outdoor swim centre here at the Melbourne Sports and Aquatic Centre, and we look forward to seeing some more this morning. A little bit cooler weather today, but the water is still the same temp and looking absolutely immaculate and ready for these guys to get racing. We're just doing our final preparations at the moment. You can see our technical officials out there behind the blocks, making sure all our starting equipment is ready to go. And once we are all sorted, our first event will be behind the blocks. So once again, kicking off our morning, the men's 100 metre breaststroke multi-class World Para Series. We have 3 heats in this event, and heading out to the blocks now is heat 1. So our World Para Series sees teams selected from countries all across the globe coming together to race and represent their nations. As the boys get onto the block and get started. This is the 100 breaststroke event. It is 2 laps of our 50 metre pool. In the water, we have multiple classifications from our multi-class athletes. In this particular heat, they range from a breaststroke classification level of 4 all the way up to 14. And the way we determine our winners is we compare their final time to that of the world record for their classification. We utilize the FINA points system, the World Aquatics points system, and the highest point scores determine who our medalists are. In breaststroke events, athletes will often have or potentially have a different classification to the butterfly, backstroke and freestyle events. As the boys come down under that 15 metre rope, leading us through here is Riley Moore, a swimmer in that beautiful green Australia cap. That's a beautiful time this morning there of 1:12.19, just marginally over his personal best entry time there of a 1:11. That's what we want to see these guys doing in the morning, producing beautiful heat swims, because the top 10 point scores will go through to finals this evening. So at the end of heat 1 there, Riley Moore, the swimmer in lane 4. That's your highest point score. And our winner of heat 1. Heat 2 coming into that halfway mark, the turn point in our 100-metre breaststroke. And absolutely charging down this final 15 metres. It's our swimmer from Ireland, Deaton Regesti. That's a nice point score there. A little bit higher than the first heat, so 763. Shu Yuan Tang getting its hands on the wall second. Also a nice high point score, so 729. So those two, we'll wait and see our final swimmer. So not quite as high. So our winner of heat 2 was Deaton in lane 4. Third and final heat of event 32, the men's 100-metre breaststroke World Paris Series heats in the water this morning. Couple of Aussie representatives in this heat. Jake Michelle, Timothy Hodge, and Declan Budd out in lane 8. You'll see them in our green caps. Beautiful smooth swimming there from Jake. And those gold lanes in the middle. He comes down under the flags. It's going to be a little bit over his entry time there, but a very solid heat swim this morning. 107.36 to claim 808 points. Now keep in mind those points, that point score is out of 1,000. The world record for that particular classification sits at the 1,000. So getting as close to that 1,000 means that you are very close to that world record. So 808 points this morning is a super solid swim for a heat. Moving along now to event 33 on the program this morning. This is the women's 100 metre breaststroke World Para Series. We have 3 heats in this event. And behind the blocks, heat 1.
Girls are off and racing. Seems it's a pretty even start. Through the middle. Anastasia Dimitri from Spain. And also Ellen Keane from Ireland. Just turning on the 50 metre mark now.
Yeah, those girls in the golden centre lanes there got off to a flying start, up and racing very quickly. Anastasia just pulling away slightly as they came into the turn at the 50 metre mark. But here comes Ellen Keane, absolutely trying her best to work her way back into this first position. Not letting Anastasia have the swim her own way completely. She's sitting right there on her hip, not letting her go. But it's not quite going to be enough. Anastasia hits the wall there, 121.30. Now those two girls have the same breaststroke classification, which means whoever gets their hands on the wall first will be in front point score wise. Here come the two Aussie girls in 7 and 8 there. Jasmine Fulgrab and Yasmin Balayoons. Very close finish there together. we turn our attention to the far side of the pool. The last two Aussies coming down, Isabella Vincent and Alexa Leary. Now, Alexa, one of our newer members of the Australian para team. We know she suffered that absolutely tragic fall from her bike. Doctors said that she wouldn't even make it, so it's just amazing that she's back here and racing. So we finish off Heat 1, we move on to Heat 2. Something I really love about the Paris series and the multi-class in particular is how these athletes just get around their impairments. You see behind the blocks all the different ways of actually starting and diving or entering the pool, which is just really incredible from a lot of them. So here we are in Heat 2. Once again, those centre lanes having a nice little fight into the first turn here. Just ahead was the swimmer in lane 5. That's Ashley Van Riewick. Rosin Narain in lane 4. Last minute efforts, but it's not going to be enough. Ashley will hit the wall first. 1:19.06.
Heat 3, lane 2.
Onto our third and final heat of the women's 100-metre breaststroke World Para Series. Heats this morning, athletes battling it out, trying to find a spot in the finals. These spots are determined by the point score at the end of the race. Highest point scores make it through. And we're seeing a nice performance from the Aussie here, Kira Stevens. 20 years old. She's had a few goes on that world stage and just performing beautifully. As they come into the turn. We do have a few athletes in this particular heat with the same classification. So if they have the same classification, it is a race between them. Whoever gets their hand on the wall first will have the most points. But we do have to consider that there are multiple classifications across the board. All those point scores factored away compared to the world record. So there's Kira's time, 1:19.49. A score of 712 points. We wait for the other swimmers in the field to hit that wall. See if they can match that point score.
Go, Millie, go!
And that concludes the first events of the program from the World Para Series this morning. And we move on to our Victorian State Open events now. So behind the blocks, event 36. This is the Men's Open 200-metre individual medley. At 200 IM is 4 laps, 1 lap of each stroke. The order is butterfly, backstroke, breaststroke, then freestyle. In this event this morning, we have 6 heats. Our fastest swimmers, you'll see them in the middle the middle lanes of the first couple of heats. Give everyone a chance to be in that top 10 to make the A final. At Victorian Open State Championships, we also have B finals, so these are the next 10, so top 20 swimmers get another opportunity to race. As it is an open event, you do not have to be a Victorian to make it through to the final. And here we actually have 130 different clubs racing. We have multiple nations who are attending these championships as well. Will Petrick out in front there, had an awesome night last night. Did a great 200-metre butterfly swim, almost knocking off the current reigning Australian champion, Bowen Goff. Couldn't quite get there in the end, but it was definitely a super close race. And he's looking really nice in this IM. Breaststroke leg, super important. We often see a lot of movement, a few changes throughout this one. Evan Chi, teammate from Nunawading there in lane 3, just shifting gears a little bit, looks to be closing the gap, but it was quite a large gap after that backstroke, so it's going to take a bit more work than that. The swimmer in lane 5, Luan Grobler, is one of our athletes competing from internationally. He's from the Neptune Swim Club in New Zealand. So one of those 20 countries that are represented here at these championships. We love having our visitors attending, coming over to our beautiful city of Melbourne, giving us some good competition as he's making a bit of a comeback, trying to narrow the gap on Evan Chi. But I don't think there's going to be a lot of change to these first 3 as Will hits the wall there, 2:04.56. Evan Chi in second and Luan in third. Heat 2 in the water, lane 4, Seabomb Lee, one of our Australian dolphin swimmers. Trains out of SOPAC. That's the Sydney Olympic Park Aquatic Centre in New South Wales. Very close onto the wall there, only 4 100ths between our first two boys, Seabomb and Marco Sasanto. The butterfly leg in this IM is all about setting up the race. You want to get off to a super strong start, but not utilize too much of your energy, because you still have 3 50s left to go. It's all about plenty of oxygen, keeping those arms moving, being powerful but efficient. Backstroke to breaststroke, this changeover, we often see swimmers come unstuck here. It's a way you can make up a lot of ground, move yourself forward. And we've just seen Will Sharp start to put some pressure on the boys in those centre lanes. Another one of those Nunna boys, great breaststrokers, great medley swimmers produced over in Nunawading. Seabomb Lee still in the lead here. Marco Sasanto not too far off. Breathing away from Seabomb. Looks like he's just switched off a bit. There's still definitely some legs left in the tank. If you can secure one of those 1, 2, or even 3rd position in these early heats, you've got a very good chance of making it into the final. Will Sharp seen Marco and said, I want a piece of that number 2 position. Can't quite do it, so Seabomb Lee 2:04.81, Marco Sasanto 2:06.48, and Will Sharp 2:06.54. So we're just waiting. They've noticed that one of the advertising stickers on our touchpads was coming off. We don't want it to be unfair for any of the athletes when they're coming in to touch that wall. So our officials are going to fix it, make sure it's all good. There we go. Our technical officials, they do such an amazing job. We can't run these official meets without them. They watch over the pool, make sure that everything is fair. As the boys get started for Heat 3, this is the 3rd and the last of our circle-seated heats, so those centre lanes being the fastest entry times. After this, we move away from our top 30 times, and each heat will be swimmers with very similar times as we come down the first lap.
We've got in lane 6 Harvey Lark. He represented Australia at the Youth Commonwealth Games. And also he training teammate Callum Halloran Lavelle. So they'll know both each other's strategies in this race. Callum's taking it out. He looks like he's going to turn first. He's an excellent breaststroker, so he should be able to keep this lead. Obviously, not being able to know his opponent's strategy. It's always important to have a really strong breaststroke leg in the IM. it can really sort out the field.
That's when you know your breaststrokers in the race. So
Oh, yes. Many a time there's been a huge lead on the flying back, and then it's been taken away in that breaststroke leg, but it looks like Ryuka Ino is going to take this heat out. Callum's fighting back. Yoon-Yip Kim.
he keeps extending his lead.
It looks like a really good battle. .204.15, and then Yoon-Yip Kim takes second in 207.36 with Callum Heller and Lavelle in a 208.20. Well done, boys. Cole Pierce is in this heat. He is a multi-class swimmer, Olympian. So Cole Pierce, who competes in the multi-class and able-bodied.
Out in lane 9, Cooper Sutherland from Ballarat Gold has had a good start.
Yes, he has. Outside smoker, as they say. I wonder if he's going out fast. I wonder what his breaststroke's like.
Time will tell.
Yeah, Tyler Theodore there in lane 5. He's now taking over. Well, it all looks like it's down at this end. Cooper Sutherland, Joshua Cairns and Owen Williams-Polly.
So it looks like the outside lanes are doing much better than the inner lanes, but
Yeah, so they certainly are.
well, Cooper looks like he's coming back, so it's always good to turn first at the breaststroke leg.
Absolutely. These guys won't really know because you can't look round on breaststroke, although I think lane 7, Owen Williams-Polly just took a sneaky look there to see where the others were. But these 3 boys at the bottom end, they're not going to let anyone get past them. They're fighting it out with each other. It's going to be some personal best times, I think, here. They're all at about 2:17.
It looks like the Nunawading boys will be coming first and second.
Well, 4-second and 3-second PB and Cooper Sutherland. I think he's a bit upset he missed out there, but on reflection he'll realise what a good race he had with those other 2 boys. Penultimate heat here, heat 5 of 6. We have Xavier Purcell out in lane 0, Caulfield Aquatics. And Tyler Norton then in 1 for Tiger Sharks. Most of the kids, most of the boys here are ranging from 15 to 18 years of age, so quite a young group of lads in this 200 IM.
Yeah, I was just about to say there's a lot of 15-year-old boys. This seems to be the race for those guys here this morning.
Yeah, the young kids have done really well here. Like yesterday, there was a lot of PBs and a lot of young swimmers. There was even a 12-year-old, I think, in the men's 200 fly. So, you know, it just goes to show that we thought during COVID that maybe sport would be affected, and swimming, but it really hasn't. We've got a really young cohort of swimmers here at this Open Championship. So
we come out of that changeover turn into the breaststroke. Tarwin is your leader. Boy from Nunawading in lane 3. But I can tell you right now, there are a lot of good breaststrokers in those centre lanes, and they are starting to work their way through that field, moving up, closing the gap. So the boys at the front, they're going to be doing what they can to try and hang on to this lead, with some quick moving breaststrokers coming in hot here into the freestyle leg.
yeah, Tarwin just really, Tarwin from just looking, well, technically fantastic, really. He's been an age group swimmer that's won for quite a number of years in his age group, but breaking through here against some of the older boys. Nunawading, very strong team in this event. Always their sessions revolve around multi-stroke and IM coaching.
As we come onto the wall there, Tarwin is your winner, 2:15.80. Second there, James Morrow, swimmer from St Andrews, down from Queensland, 2:18.04. Sixth and final heat now of the men's 200-metre individual medley in the water. A couple of swimmers missing from this one. It is day 2. A lot of our athletes will have raced yesterday, and we also have some more racing tomorrow. So we might start to notice a few swimmers missing here and there. Sometimes they're trying to focus on other events that they might have during this session, or they just might be looking for some recovery from some ones they had yesterday. The boys pop up into that backstroke. Leading us through there was Callum Rosetto in lane 6.
Really, when you're young though, you should be competing and doing as many events as you can to kind of, you know, build up your racing fitness and your skill acquisition, because you never really know when you're gonna, you know, come out with a huge PB when you're young. You can, you know, it's not like, you know, they recover really well. So in a way, you've got to take every opportunity that comes. That's a great shot of the breaststroke kick.
So Riley Cunningham there in that backstroke leg really made a lot of ground up. Ended up touching equal first, the two boys in 5 and 6. So they're having a nice little race between the two of them. And we'll see what can happen in this breaststroke leg. Anyone can make up some ground. But those two boys, neck and neck, side by side. It's about, there's absolutely nothing into it on the wall. 0.2. No one got the advantage off the turn, so it's still even Stevens down this last straight for our final heat of the 200 IM.
Looks like Callum Rosetto's got that kind of 4-beat distance freestyle and leg kick going.
There we go, and that fitness shining there from Callum as he pulls away under the flags down to the wall there, 2:16.88. It's a beautiful personal best, about a 3-second drop for the youngster in lane 6. Second place goes to Riley Cunningham in a 2:17.93. And third place, Byron Ward. little bit of distance on our program now. This is event 37, the women's 400 metre freestyle. 400 metres, 8 laps, 7 tumble turn opportunities. For some people, a lot of pain. But for these girls in those centre lanes, this is an easy swim. This is a sprint. Swimming up that lane 4 right now, Lani Pallister, one of our Australian Dolphins representatives, down here from the Gold Coast, Griffith Uni. And next to her, bit of one of our Aussie legends, Kaylee McEwen, not really known for her 400 freestyle efforts, but she's doing a very good job here. Usually we see Kaylee absolutely dominating the pull-in backstroke and IM. Last night she had a bit of a crack at the 100 metre breaststroke, came out with the win there, so we know she's a girl of multiple talents here. But Lani Pallister, you can't beat that stroke for distance freestyle. Look how relaxed she is on the legs, just conserving them throughout and keeping that rating going. Nice stroke length as well. In our 400s, we often see 2 different approaches. Our more sprinty athletes going out a little bit harder in the first half, that first 200 metres. And then our longer distance athletes having that better second half. So they'll try and build through their swim. And a lot of them will try and go for a negative split. So that means they try and come home quicker than they went out. Their ability to do this is determined by their training load, as well as just their natural body talents and where their efficiency lies, what they're more suited to. We also see some different turn techniques, or tactics, I should say, in our 400. Some of our swimmers will stay under the water for a little bit longer if they have that good level of breath control and solid dolphin kicks. Others will just try and conserve those legs, so they'll try and have an explosive push off the wall. They won't do as many of those dolphin kicks, and they'll come up sooner just to get oxygen coming back into their lungs.
Lani will have some good memories from swimming here at MSAC from the World Short Course. Very successful in that meet. Won numerous gold medals, so I'm sure she is loving the fact that she's swimming in the same pool that she, and the same lane in fact, that she won all those medals in. Sometimes swimmers can have favourite pools that they compete at.
I was about to say, yeah, that a lot of the Australian swimmers do like this pool, so that's why they come back.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just being here on pool deck at AMSAC, it's just, you know, the sun's coming out, the water's so blue, it just looks, it's a fantastic facility. And it's good to see that we're getting more international meets here and more international swimmers coming here. It is the sporting capital of Australia, Melbourne, after all.
Absolutely, and especially on a day like today, it's perfect. And Lani's coming first in a time of 4:11.95. And Kaylee's coming in a time of 4:21.26. And in third, Emily White in a time of 4:22.74.
I think that's a bit of a training time for Kaylee McEwen there. I think she doesn't hardly look puffed, really. I wish I could swim that time.
I was fortunate enough yesterday to have a conversation with the Griffith Uni coach, Michael Bowl, and he was saying that this is the beginning of the campaign to trials for his athletes, but that didn't mean that they weren't coming in here under full heavy load of training. So it's all about seeing where they're at, fitness-wise, speed-wise. They flew in on Thursday afternoon and came straight here for a training session, so definitely not making it any easier for them.
Have an Italian swimmer here in lane 5. She'll obviously be seeded as one of the fastest swimmers in this event. She's got an entry time of 4:16. Tamsin Cook, also one of our representatives and an Olympian, an Australian Olympian there in lane 4. And we have some young gun girls in Giselle Davey from Caulfield Aquatics. She's one to watch out for in the future. And Tara Kinder, they're both training up for Olympic trials. Tara, a breaststroke specialist, but is very good at a number of events.
Yeah, Tamsin Cook in lane 4 here, as we said, Australian Olympic team representative, medalist in the 4x200 freestyle relay. She's also former junior world champion in the 400 freestyle, so definitely suited to the 2 and the 400, these middle distance and longer distance freestyle events. It's nice to have her down living in Melbourne now.
But Tara really taking it to her. She missed her 100 breaststroke swim yesterday. I think she was chatting with all her friends, and and this is obviously they're quite relaxed, which is good. You don't really want to miss your race, but she did a great 100 freestyle yesterday, and she's really stretching out in this 400 freestyle. And because she trains with Craig Jackson, who obviously coached Matt Horton for many years, he's probably suggested that she does a few more distance freestyle events, and she looks like she's pretty comfortable there.
Yeah, Tara Kinder having a lovely 400 metre freestyle swim here. We should see Tamsin start to move up a little bit with that more distance background throughout these next 2 100s. But remember, this is only a heat swim as well, so they're just looking to secure that spot in the final this evening. I do know that although Tara may have missed that breaststroke yesterday, she wasn't getting away with it that easy. CJ made her stay back and do a time trial at the end of the session.
Well, yes, that's right, and so he should, really. Yes, even though you've got talented athletes and, they're at a certain level, they still have to train the way the coach wants them to train, do everything that's set. And swimmers are very dedicated athletes, so I'm sure she was very willing to do that time trial, and I'm sure she did a great time. I wonder what she did do.
1:10, I heard.
A 1:10, wow, that's fantastic.
As the girls come into their final 100 here in the 400 metre freestyle for Heat 2. Your leader is still Tara Kinder out in lane 6, representing Melbourne Vic Centre. Not too far behind there, sitting about 2.5 seconds back, is Tamsin Cook in lane 4. And in third place, Lucy Dring over in lane 3. Close little race for fourth going on in this heat.
Yeah, it looks like Giselle Davey and Madison Cooper are fighting it out. I must say, the Italian Rebecca Rimaldi, I'm afraid, is quite a way off her entry time. It can be difficult travelling from Northern Hemisphere to Southern Hemisphere. Well, that's a great time from Tara. 2:14.95, not too far off a personal best. Oh, actually, it is a personal best time by a long way.
Yeah, that's a nice drop from Tara. We know she's just been getting back into her swimming over the last 12 months.
Giselle Davey, she managed to get fourth between her and Madison Cooper. So hopefully some of these girls will be in the final tonight.
And keep in mind, even if they don't make that A final, some of these youngsters will have the opportunity of racing again this evening in our B finals. It's always good to come back and get to warm up and rub shoulders with some of those Olympians and Australian Dolphins team representatives. Seems to be a lot of the conversation on pool deck. There's definitely a few nerves being in the same heat as the likes of Emma McKeon and Kaylee McEwen. But it's such a great opportunity for our athletes to have that level of competition here at Victorian Open Championships.
We have some youngsters in this heat. Kiara Jeffs in lane 9 is back in the water. She had a very successful backstroke race. She's only 13 years of age from Yarra Plenty Waves. Also on the other side in lane 0, Arabella Tomlinson, 14 years from Melbourne Swimming Club. And Madison Brand in lane 5. She also is 14 years of age. So some of the youngsters shining through.
Yeah, I was speaking with Kira this morning, and she was telling me this competition for her is all about trying some new things and practicing some different race strategies. She'll have the National Age Championships coming up in April up on the Gold Coast. So in this particular race, I've heard the strategy was be a little bit softer on the legs in the first 200. I know Kira, such a great freestyler, really powerful on that kick. So if this is... if you look at this kick now, it looks pretty heavy to most people, but this is quite light for her. She's normally a massive 6-beat, super fast kicker. As the girls turn through at the 100-metre mark, out in front in that middle lane is Alicia Clark. Clarkie's gone out in a 104.03. She's got that nice long stroke there. Looks super smooth, really relaxed, and that's really what we're looking for in the first half of these 400 freestyles, that ability to control it and know that you've got a little bit of energy and effort left in the tank for the last 100.
Yes, looking really rangy there, conserving her energy. Lane 2, Abby Harrington though, she's decided she's going to break for the lead. Probably feels much better out in front. You probably know a few of these girls then, because you coached out at EC Waves, didn't you, Kalia?
Yeah, there's a few of my my ex-junior swimmers in this heat. So Taylor Watson in lane 7 and Kira Jeffs in lane 9. I had the opportunity to coach those girls in 2020 and just into 2021. So they were just youngsters back then, but really dedicated and committed athletes, those two girls, and it's really showing now. They're doing more of those longer distance events and things, which we know take a lot of hard work and a lot of training that goes into having that ability and the fitness level required to swim these aerobic events.
It's good to instill that dedication into them so young, but usually find that the ones that are naturally like that will just fall into being a committed athlete, and you know, they really like this. If you like a distance event and you like hard training, you know, this is the event for you, and 400 and up. You know, not everyone's a sprinter, and you've got to take your advantage on what is your strength, you know.
That might even change throughout your swimming career. You might start off as a sprinter, turn into a distance swimmer, or vice versa. So you got to change. You got to, I guess, practice and try it out.
Absolutely, you can't just pigeonhole yourself. You just never know what you might be good at. Really, it's good advice.
And our lead girls now coming into turn for their final lap of this 400-metre freestyle. Abby Harrington just holding on to that lead, but the two girls from YPW have stepped it up in that third 100. So that hard training really starting to shine now as they move through the water. And very close together, so you can tell they train together. Training partners often end up in races side by side, racing one another, looking for those bragging rights after the end of the race. They are not far off Abby Harrington at all, so can Abby hold on? It's going to come down under the flags here almost all together. I reckon Abby might just be able to keep her lead there. Bit of a glide onto the wall, but she gets it for 32.85. Taylor will take second there for 33.25, and then Kira in third for 33.35.
So we've got heat 4, so the penultimate heat here. The sun's shining on that far side of the pool. Going out nice and smooth and controlled. Some of these swimmers have competed in the Open Water Championships in Perth, the Australian Open Water Championships. I know Mia Hoskins was there, she's out in lane 9. So when you're doing a 5 kilometre and 10 kilometre race, I mean 400's just a walk in the park, I would presume.
Yeah, look, definitely when you look at it as an event coming from those 5 and 10 kilometre races, it definitely seems like it would be a lot easier. I think the challenging part for our longer distance athletes in this 400 is it does have that slightly sprintier side to it. And I know from people that do 50s, that probably sounds ridiculous, but they definitely need a lot more of that front end speed to be able to do this race. You can't just pace the whole way through. There is a bit of intensity that goes into it. And we see now with some of our athletes like your Ariane Titmus's, it's a fast race from start to beginning. There's no time to cool the jets or have a relax. It's pressure on from the get-go.
Absolutely. I think in the last 5 years it's really changed, where it's gone from more distance to a more sprinty race. So definitely.
Yes, I've always noticed that, it used to be that there would be a 2-beat, 4-beat leg kick, but as you can see, these girls are doing a 6-beat leg kick, which means there's 6 kicks per arm cycle, so that's 2 arm strokes. And, that's using quite a bit of oxygen, but nowadays, you see Ariane Titmus, she's doing a 6-beat leg kick, and she's breathing every 4 strokes, which you would think would be so difficult over 400 metres, but it really suits her technique and she's able to do it. But it looks like some of this distance work's working for Mia Hoskins. And out in lane 2, Lucy Doyle as well. She's really out on her own there too. It must feel very good for her.
Yeah, I think Lucy's used to swimming by herself. She had incredible Victorian age championships. We've known her for a couple of years now on the distance scene, but started to notice her in a few other events, some shorter races and things too. She's just been putting together some dominant performances, and this weekend's no exception once again. She loves the distance race. She likes the hard work at training. She's a little machine, so yeah, I don't think she'll have any issue doing this by herself if she has to.
Yeah, she's only 14 years of age. I think her father's an official here, so it's all in the family today. They'll all be here.
Yeah, Tim Doyle, one of our sort of newer officials, does such a great job. Really involved in the swim community.
Yes, the officials here, they give their time, and they're always here. They're here a lot at all the district meets, local meets, we couldn't do it without them. So they're very dedicated.
Absolutely, those volunteers, or those officials volunteer their time to come down and hang out with us at the pool for 12-hour days. And we're super appreciative of everything that they do to make us be able to run these competitions.
It looks like these two youngsters are going to be out there in first and second, although we do have Mia Slade coming through there in lane 6 making a last charge. Like you said, Kalia, she's obviously got some back-end sprint ability, but Lucy looks like she's going to take this out comfortably in a 4:34.34. Well done. Mia Hoskin second, 4:36.68, and Mia Slade with that late charge in a 4:38.49.
Yeah,
well
Coach,
under the 5 minutes.
Coach Dan from Nunawading with the big claps on the other side of the pool. Very happy with that swim this morning. You can just see how tired those girls are after that race. They've given that everything, so well done.
Looks like there won't be a heat 5 of the girls. 400 freestyle, we're going straight to the boys.
So this is now event 38, the men's 800 metre freestyle. We do have 2 heats entered for this event, but it is a timed final. That means that the boys don't have to swim it this morning and then again in the final session. We just take our top 10 seeded entry times and they'll come in for finals tonight and race. Now what this means for this morning's heat is that they have to do everything that they possibly can to post the fastest time that they can manage, and then that time will be compared to the times from later on this evening. If the time from this morning is faster, they will be your medalists, but if not, unfortunately, that's where they'll end up in the final rankings. So go through just the 5 swimmers in the pool here. Nice, once again, a big range of ages and athletes. We've also had a little bit of a reseed from the program here, so obviously that means there's potentially some swimmers from tonight's final that have decided that they won't be competing, so they will have scratched this morning, and then we'll take the fastest swimmers from this heat and move them up into that final. So 800 metre freestyle, 8 100s, 16 50, 16 laps, 15 turns. I prefer the 800 long course to short course. You don't quite get as dizzy. Often I get asked, how do these athletes remember to count their laps? Well, I can tell you what, as a coach, Some of them definitely don't remember. But fortunately in our 800, we do have our officials that ring the bell when there's 100 metres to go. So if the swimmer has forgotten where they're up to, they do have that bell. Also down at the far end of the pool, we have our lap counters. So you'll see those numbers next to the blocks and the parents and volunteers standing behind them. They'll be flipping them over, so they'll wait for the swimmer to come in. If they need to, they can have a look up at that lap counter. They'll wait for them to push off, and once they are past the flags on the way back, they'll turn over the lap counter. Those lap counters count down, which is a nice sight when you start off with that number 15, and then you can start seeing numbers like 7 and 5. It's definitely a bit of relief as these guys come through to the halfway mark, the 400 metre mark, so the distance the girls just swum. Your leader, who's just starting to pull away a little bit now, is Rowan Wine from Yarra Plenty Waves. Behind him, Soren Wells over in lane 2, and then Jessie Phillips just sitting in 3rd place here. We know Jessie does a lot of that open water swimming, so we can expect to see a little bit of a rise from him in the second half if he's having a good meet. Rowe, I know, prefers to go out a little bit quicker. He does have a nice distance background. He definitely wanted me to make mention of him in this heat. He said, "Carly, I'm in lane 5. You better be talking about me on commentary." And I said, "Well, do something good." And so far, he's definitely doing that, being in the lead. So happy about that one.
Yeah, Soren Wells, he looks like he's from New Zealand. They had a very good World Championships, especially in the female distance category and the men's 400 IM. And he's doing a great job for his club, Waranui. He's only 14 years of age. He's got a long, rangy stroke. He definitely looks taller than 14 in the water, which is a good sign. If you look tall when you're swimming, it's like you've got a good technique and good long strokes. So you can always tell a good swimmer because they actually sometimes look taller than they really are.
Absolutely. We definitely look for that length of stroke. So even our smaller or shorter athletes, we're still looking for them to look long in the pool. As Soren just made a little bit of a move on that 100, came up alongside Rowe. They come off the wall and were breathing towards each other, so they had a bit of a look. On this second lap, so on the way back, they are breathing away from each other. So as they turn, they'll be back facing or breathing towards each other, and you'll see them probably lift a little bit. You might notice those splits on the way down when you're looking at someone else and having a bit more of a race or a bit faster. But overall in an 800, our coaches are looking for even splits, so we don't want that time to drop off. We generally set them a pace that we want to see hit over and over and over, and that's a pace they will have worked on at training, doing lots and lots of repeats, usually basing that time at training a little bit under where we expect them to sit in a race. At training, they might have 5 seconds rest after each 50, and so we want them to be going a little bit faster, so we know that when we combine all these laps together, they can hold that pace. So Rose just shifted back into the lead. It's a little bit of a game of cat and mouse here with the boys in lanes 2 and 5. Swapping and changing.
It's amazing that they look away from each other. You'd think that they probably would look at each other, but sometimes, athletes don't like to do that. It feels more like whether you can hold on, but they are actually looking at each other now, and that's probably because sometimes they have a favourite side. Back in the olden days when I swam, you would be looking maybe to both sides, or to keep your stroke balance, but nowadays breathing to one side helps to generate power, and a lot of the men have a favourite side that they breathe to. So yeah, that how it used to be bilateral breathing which means breathing every 3 strokes to both sides. You know, that pretty much isn't the case anymore.
I guess sometimes it gives you that advantage because you do look where your other swimmers are in the race. So
That's right, but I suppose as you get older like me, sometimes you can't turn your neck to one side more than the other.
As Rowe now coming under those flags, he's going to win this one in an 8:45.32. Really, really lifted on that last 50. Soren Wells in lane 2 there, getting the second place touch onto the wall, 8:48.02. There's a nice little battle for third here. Looks to be lane 7 though, James Gargano in a 9:01.85. So those times will be taken compared to the race this evening in the final session. And that's how we'll work out who places where in our men's 800 metre freestyle. So we take a look now. We move on to event 39, the women's 100 metre butterfly. This isn't a sight you get to see every day, particularly those attending the event this morning. We have Australia's most decorated Olympian about to dive into our pool here in lane 4. Emma McKeon coming off a stellar performance last night, 53.0 in the 100 freestyle. She is looking sharp this early on in the season. That was our Victorian all-comers record that she nabbed there.
Yeah, she had a great 100 freestyle last night, 53.00. I mean, that is, you know, if you get into the 52s, that's a world-class swim. So, you know, she's on form. I'm sure she isn't rested. As you said, Michael Bowles said that they haven't rested at all. So swimming like this, especially in the 100-metre events and the 100 freestyle, which is a sprint, it's fantastic.
absolutely, she's already a body in front of the other swimmers, so she's going to have another amazing race, booking herself for the final tonight.
Yeah, 58.31, well under that 60. Hazel Luhan, she's from Phoenix Aquatics in New Zealand. She has a best time of 58.62 seconds. She's coached by David Lyles in New Zealand. He was a swimmer himself in Leeds in England and now is coaching in New Zealand.
And in third we had Isabella Osborne.
Yeah, so Izzy Osborne, definitely one to keep an eye on. Just 16 years old there. Coming in third to some pretty elite athletes. Also pretty exciting, I did see at the end of the pool, Emma McKeon spoke to her and actually said, well done, good job. And I think Izzy just nearly died of embarrassment. Her cheeks were redder after that comment than they were after the 100 fly.
Absolutely, at such a young age to have, you know, an Olympian acknowledge, you know, your swim gives you motivation for later tonight.
To come down the first 50 in Heat 2, Rikako Aiki from Japan in lane 4. She was the winner of the 50-metre butterfly yesterday. She trains at Griffith at the moment under Michael Boll. When they got out, it was McKeon in second after that 50 fly, Rikako in first. And Bolly just said to her, Emma did a good start, you did not do a good start. And then he looked at Emma and said, Rikako did a good finish and you did not do a good finish. So even these elite level athletes have skills that they can improve on. I'm sure that was the goal for today, have a little bit of a better start. And she's hit the wall in a 59.48 with a pretty smooth 100 butterfly there.
Yeah, Tamsin Cook takes out second there in a 103.67, and third Giselle Davey from Caulfield Aquatics. Olivia Wunsch, who's one of the young stars of the butterfly event, didn't compete in that event this morning, which was quite surprising.
Yeah, Olivia raced yesterday and seemed to be a little bit flat and a little bit off, so she might be having a little bit of a rest day today. She's not quite on form, might have just gone back into the pool, not been feeling it, and we might see her in a few events later on or even tomorrow.
Yes, Isabella Boyd here. She had quite a slow reaction time on that start, but it's only the heats. She's taken that out in a 27.96 with a commanding lead. Recently swam here in the Nunawading last chance meet and hit a time of 58.39, which is her entry time, which is a personal best time for her.
She's having a great swim.
She is. That's a real fight on for second and third too. 59.87 takes that out. Second, Lucy Dring, 101.97, and Mia Yeo from Cheltenham, Mia here, third in a 102.51. That's a great PB for Mia, about a second. I think you interviewed Mia last night, Galia.
Yeah, I did. I met Mia during COVID lockdown on some Zoom meetings and Zoom workouts. I was fortunate enough, so developed a little bit of a relationship there and continued that. I was really fortunate enough to be asked by Kelly Stubbins to take her squad while she was away at the Commonwealth Youth Games. So I had the opportunity to work with a lot of those Cheltenham athletes, and she's just a really great kid. She's always, since the first meeting we had, all she wanted to do was know the hardest sets we did and how she could train harder. And it's definitely showing. She's absolutely shone in the last few years with her swimming, and she works really hard every time she steps into the pool. So definitely deserving of these impressive outcomes.
Yes, she is. Attends the Peninsula School on the Mornington Peninsula. We've got a big lead here from Annabelle Jorgensen. She's also a bit from Cheltenham, so Kelly's doing something right there with these fly swimmers.
I definitely cannot claim these guys. Kelly works them very hard. They're great trainers. They've improved so much. She's doing some great things over at Cheltenham, so it's not really surprising to me that her athletes from these outside lanes are putting on some stellar performances, as Annabelle takes out that heat in a 104.23.
Well, Tara Kinder's back in here again after that 400 freestyle, so she's showing her versatility with the 100 fly now. So, yeah, Tara Kinder taking this out in lane 2.
Yeah, we've seen Tara in some of these later heats. As I said, she is making a return to swimming, so a lot of her times are times from previously or quite a long time ago. And since then, she's training very hard, working really well, so we'll see her do some nice drops in these later heats. Doing really well right now, though, as alongside Tara Kinder is Mia Hayden over in lane 8. She led us through from the outside lane in that first 50. Obviously, Tara's going to come down to the touch first, well out in front in a 101.43. That time should qualify her through to that A final. Second there was Arwen Rogers in a 107.25, and Mia Hayden hangs on for third, 107.84.
Sarah Jeffrey there, lane 1, only 13 years of age. Fantastic swim for her, 108.54.
shout out to our Victorian country swimmer out in lane 7, Ruby Paulette. It's lovely to see country swimmers coming down to MSAC, making their way down. They've got a couple of hours to drive down to Melbourne, so yeah, good luck to all our country swimmers.
Yeah, that's right. It was really great to be out at those country championships, wasn't it?
Yeah, definitely. It was beautiful weather, great atmosphere. So definitely different atmosphere out here, but still, the swimmers love it out here.
Oh. And a win's a win, no matter where you're swimming. There you go. Mia Sud from Essendon District takes that out in a 106.15. So that's a PB for her.
Heat 7 in the water here. Coming down to the first turn. About 100 metre butterfly. Those middle lanes looking very good here. Jessica Whiting will hit the wall first, 30.6. Some nice pace going out in the first lap. Once again, some fast swimming from out in the outside lanes. Lane 9, Jade King looking good here. Not far off the pace. And Jessica Whiting will hold on to that first place there, 106.54. It's a really nice time for her, about a second PB. So a nice drop here this morning. Second to Millie Bell, and third was Jade King, the swimmer from lane 9. Close onto the wall in that first 50 there. Olivia Bailey just getting her hands on narrowly in front of Sylvia Chaco. And this is where that fitness comes into play. The second lap of the 100 metre butterfly. Although a 100 is a sprint, butterfly, one of our more challenging strokes, that last 15 metres is always going to hurt no matter how good you are feeling before the race. Sally Snyder's out in lane 9. She's had a ripper second lap. We know she's great at those distance freestyle events. She just misses the touch on the wall there. So Olivia Bailey hangs on 108.13. Just 3/100ths of a second in front of Sales from lane 9, 108.16. So another good swim from some outside lanes. So we move on to heat 9. It's our second last heat of the women's 100 metre butterfly. Bit of a shout out here to our swimmer in lane 1, Alyssa Littler from Rackley Hibiscus. It is her birthday today, so happy birthday, Alyssa. I'm very sorry you have to swim 100 fly on your birthday. All right, here we go for heat 10 of our women's 100-meter butterfly. Just the 3 swimmers in this final heat. All entry times of 1:10 point. So if everything goes to plan, these guys will be looking to break that milestone of the 1:10 mark here this morning. Definitely some different technique styles in this butterfly event. Megan Lee will hit the wall first, turning in a 32.13. So girls setting themselves up nicely here. 32s, 33s out in the first lap. We usually in butterfly try not to come home any slower than 4 seconds behind that first lap, but that's all going to depend on your fitness level, how often you're training. Plus, if butterfly isn't your main event, once you lose your rhythm, it can be really difficult to regain. So this stroke is so important to keep that rhythm, keep everything flowing and moving along. Eliza Houghton here come through on that second 50, just beautifully continued that pacing. 1:10.86, didn't quite time the finish perfectly, so there's a bit of room for improvement there. Zoe Jennings in second, 1:13.86. Moving right along here, event 40 now. We scan our eyes down to the far end of the pool, dropping our distance from the women's 100 to the men's 50-meter butterfly now. We have 13 heats of entries in this event, and it is going to be a fast one. We are missing our quickest entry time of Isaac Cooper, meant to be swimming out of lane 4 in this first heat. One of our gold medalists from Doha World Championships just weeks ago. So a little bit of opportunity for a medal position now with our fastest qualifier missing from the race. Doesn't mean the race is going to be any slower because these boys are powering through. Ashton Brinkworth in lane 3, Kosuke Tsukamoto in lane 5. Looks like Ashton has the better of it, but it's all going to come down to timing that touch. Kosuke was quick onto that last stroke, but can't quite get there. Ashton Brinkworth in first, 24.59. Heat 2 now, and a bit of a crowd favourite in lane 4 here. Mr. Cody Simpson, swimmer turned pop star turned swimmer. Looking this year to qualify for that Australian Olympic team. 50 butterfly, not an Olympic event, but he does also race the 100 fly. Does a bit of 100 freestyle as well. He's going to take out this heat, 24.23. So a bit faster than the heat before. He's looking good for a win tonight if he can back up that performance.
Did happen to notice that their dives are quite flat, so you really want to have to go in the same hole that your hands make with your head, hips, heels. But yeah, these guys sometimes quite flat when they dive in.
So our officials there have just done a test start. You might notice one of our swimmers in this event with the star next to their name, Nicholas Leighton in lane 6. It's one of our deaf athletes, so they will be setting up that light so that he knows when the start gun has and the race has begun.
Yeah, Nick's a very good artist. He's very talented. Does a lot of work with with children that have cochlear implants as well. So yeah, he's a great advocate for the deaf community and for deaf athletes.
Just having a look across at some of the other names in this heat, you've got the likes of Bowen Goff in lane 5, won the 200 fly last night under some pretty heavy training. He said that the last lap was pretty tough, so he'll be enjoying doing the 50 today. Also, Cameron Bladen had a really great night, one of our fastest Victorian athletes of the evening. Put on some great performances in the 400 and the 100 freestyle as the boys in heat 3 get underway. Up and racing quickly was Alexander Hillman out in lane 9. He had the best of the underwaters, but here come those centre lanes.
Yes, lane 4, Jack Carr. He's from St Andrews, trained with Isaac Cooper. Yeah, he takes that out with the 200 specialist, Bowen Goff second, 24.82. And Nicholas Leighton, he squeezed it into third place, 25.35.
We move away from those circle-seated heats now into these times that are all stacked on top of each other. As we can see, that almost perfectly straight line across our pool. 50s are an absolute fight till the end. It's all about timing that finish, being explosive off the start. Every skill is important. As Andrew Ryland in lane 5 gets his hands on the wall first, 26.29.
That's a great win from Ireland at Caulfield Aquatics there. He's only 16 years of age, so he's a young one to watch out for. That's a great start from lane 4, Sebenegri.
Out in lane 1.
Oh yeah, he's really taken it out. Yash Pataki.
Finishing up will be in lane 9. Yep, lane 9, Alexander Delbo.
Well, those outside boys giving it a crack this morning.
Heat 6 in the water here. Victorian state age record holder in the 50 butterfly out of lane 6 for 13-year-olds. Just recently had a birthday, Jake Riches. Didn't do the best finish the last time he did this race, so curious to see if he can time that touch a little bit better. Eli Billman over in lane 1 though, having a ripper swim here, 26.18. Second will come from the other side of the pool, William Watson, 26.89.
Up first in lane 1, Mostyn Lumsden from South Gippsland Bass. Oh, sorry, it's Mackenzie Parker. He's from Younger Park. Oh, it does. Ooh. Wow. Gliding in some of those guys. With Samuel Nadler, Sandy Bay, so those people from Queensland and New South Wales taking that out.
On to heat 8 of the 50 fly. Now we have some master swimmer, Daria Schultz from Swimland. So kids, swimming doesn't end at 18. There's always masters to join, and you can swim well into your 90s and compete at world championships as well for the masters. So keep swimming, kids.
Well, it looks like Darius might take this out in lane 5. There we go.
There we are.
You called it there.
Be happy with his swim. Yep. Very happy.
Lane 2 seemed to be up first there. Gabe Watson. He's from Wangaratta Swimming Club. Country boy, look. Good starts. They've got a nice new pool out there, haven't they? A nice new 50-metre pool at Wang, I think.
Yeah, we swam there last summer for the long course championships, rather, and short course. But yes, the outdoor pool was very nice.
So Nicholas Moira took that out. So we're on to heat 10 of 13. Everybody wants to do this 50 fly this morning. I think more people than wanted to do the 200 yesterday.
Boys in heat 10 underway here. Some nice long underwaters there. Off the start, these athletes have that whole 15 metres they're allowed to stay under and utilise. That underwater part often the fastest part of the race as we come through. Aiden Ross, he had a good swim yesterday. It's a name I remember seeing on the program doing really well, and he's backed it up again today. 26.99 to take out heat 10. By about a body length there. It's a great swim.
Good to see Cooper Quaife getting second place there. He took some time out due to illness and is back competing very well.
Once again, some nice starts from those outside lanes. Jack Simsick in lane 9. Beautiful underwater there. Coming through now, lane 5. Kakiro Awano. That nice high stroke, super flexible shoulders there, but a bit of a glide onto the wall, still holds on, 27.14. Second will go to Brandon Wilson. Swimmer from Shepparton. We normally see him in the breaststroke event, so nice to have him doing some 50 butterfly here this morning.
To our second last heat. Looks like Thomas Radford from Western Melbourne Propulsion has come out strong, but no, we've got also in lane 8, Luke Pankin.
Yeah, so Radford swims for Doncaster Templestowe, my old club. Great starter, good underwater. He's finished in second there, so Luke Rankin in first, Radford second, and Benjamin Nolter on in third. The lucky last heat, and it's heat 13 here. So 13, lucky for some. Hopefully for these boys, it'll prove to be a good one this morning. Lemuel Jamasa in lane 4 from Nunawading was quick off the block. Jack Sharp, though, starting to move his way through now, taking over that lead. The Nunna boys battling it out for second here. If he can time that finish onto the wall, he does. 27.96. It's a nice drop in time over a 50 metre for the swimmer from Warrnambool there. So well done, Jack. Got plenty of 50-metre sprints on the program for you guys to watch this morning. As we move along now to event 41, this is the women's 50-metre freestyle splash and dash for the multi-class World Para Series. We have 3 heats in this event this morning.
Here we have the first heat of the women's 50 freestyle multi-class. Ruby Storm used to be from the Traralgon Swimming Club. Now she swims up on the Gold Coast. These girls looking very strong out in the lead, but it all depends on the points and how close they are to the world record. 7:48 for Ruby Storm, 8:11 for Kira Stevens. 7:94 for Zhang from China. And we have Julia Shishova, an S4, 26 years of age. Coming into those last 5 meters now. Holding her breath under those flags like you should. Well done to all those girls there. Quite cool up at that top end where these girls are starting. They'll be a little bit cold having to get down from that start. You can see the wind just blowing there, so patting themselves down to activate the nerve endings. There's Roisin from Ireland, had a great finals last night. Oh, some great underwaters from the Irish girl there. You know, these times are fantastic. You're looking at 28 points, under 30 seconds. See if they can get under there, which they will. Yep, under the 30-second mark in the morning. So we've got a 7:79 from Roisin from Ireland, and then Madeline McTiernan from Australia with a 758 point score, so they're well through into tonight's finals. We have Katja Dedekind in this heat. She's represented Australia many times in the Paralympics and Para World Cup. We've got 3 Australians next to each other. and a very spread classification from S6 to S14 this morning.
So this is now the third and final heat of the women's 50-metre freestyle from the World Para Series, where our athletes are competing for Australia. We also have plenty of other countries represented here in this World Para Series. In this particular heat, we've got some swimmers from Ireland, New Zealand, the USA. And in particular, I just want to mention that team from the US. They are so supportive. I have heard them before every race, absolutely going nuts, going crazy for their swimmers, really getting around them, trying to hype them up and get the best performances from those guys this morning. As we just see Jasmine Greenwood, the swimmer from Australia, do an absolutely cracking swim there, 29.06 for a point score of 835. So remember, those top point scores go through to our final this evening, where they will race again, try and back it up, improve their performances, come out with the highest point score for one of those medals from the World Para Series. As we move along now to event 42, this is the men's 50-metre freestyle World Para Series. We have two heats behind the blocks now. Heat 1.
Quite a few Paralympians in this event. Ben Popham.
So you might notice a little bit of a different start procedure for our World Para Series and our multi-class events. Before the race, they'll do 3 fast sequential whistles, whistle, whistle, whistle. And that is when those athletes that need to start in the water are allowed to get into the pool. After that initial 3 whistles, they'll whistle the rest of the athletes up onto the blocks before they get started.
Thomas Gallagher's having a great swim.
Absolutely.
He's going to take this out in a
Wow.
23.92. It's
Amazing.
fantastic. That gets him 908 points.
Very
so
close to the world record.
yeah, 1,000 points is that world record. And yeah,
So Thomas there throwing down the gauntlet for Rowan Crothers in the next heat, who is also the same classification. So they're both S10 swimmers. Rowan with a little bit faster entry time than Thomas. But he said, this is what I've done this morning and it's your turn to have a crack and see if you can beat it.
Ahmed Kelly, another Paralympian out in lane 8. I think he's out there at Yarra Prenti Waves. He was at EC Waves. Talia, did you coach him?
No, I haven't coached Ahmed, but when I was a swimmer myself, I was training at Melbourne Vic Centre for a short time while Ahmed was there. And he's gone out to Yarra Plenty Waves now with Alex Hirschauer, his coach there, who was his coach or one of his coaches at Vic Centre, so he's followed him out that way. Ahmed, just such a great guy, like just the best human, always smiling, always so positive.
Well, as you see, he does a fly stroke because this is freestyle and you can do any style. It's freestyle. And his butterfly is actually his fastest stroke. So he's doing butterfly in this event. And yeah, not to choose an easy way out, is it? Doing the fly. Good on him.
Look, I don't think Ahmed's one to turn down from a challenge. And he works really hard as well, so I mean, you can't take it away from him. He's just such an impressive performer.
Fantastic there, well done. Well, Rowan Carruthers, only 859 points. I mean, it's nothing to be sneezed at, but I'm afraid he's going to have to up his game tonight.
Definitely, if he wants to take out this event, he's got work to do. His entry time's a little bit quicker there of a 23:42. So that's just over the world record for that classification, which is 23.16. So those boys will both be looking to go 23s again tonight and see what they can do.
A race to look forward to, that's for sure. And now we're on to event 43, the women's 50-metre freestyle multi-class.
So this multi-class event, athletes will be swimming for their own clubs. This is our Victorian Open Championships multi-class race. So the 50 freestyles previously were for our World Para Series with our Australian team representatives. These guys are our Victorian top multi-class swimmers who have come here to race at these Open Championships. We have 2 heats of 50 freestyles this morning.
And what an amazing opportunity for these youngsters to be swimming with world-class swimmers.
Away they go, racing very quickly. I think we're super fortunate to live in a state that supports our multi-class and our para swimming so highly. We have some incredible performers and athletes in these categories. And even now, like with our Victorian State Open Championships, we've introduced another para and able-bod relay. These are such fun events. So those relays you'll see, one of them is tonight, the other one is tomorrow night. So we now have a freestyle and a medley relay that is mixed between our able-bod athletes and our para athletes, giving them a chance to actually compete together. Heat 2 of our women's 50 freestyle multi-class for our Victorian Open Championships. In the water now, Sarah Howe in that centre lane. She had a nice win last night. We saw her do so well at our Victorian Age Championships as well, just 18 years of age. Alongside her, also from Ballarat Gold, so a couple of Ballarat girls there. Anna Layton. So in these events, we have to wait until the girls all finish and hit that wall to see their times compared to their world record, and that's how the points are determined. At the moment, Sarah still with the highest point score on the board, so 6:01. And she will take out heat 2. So go back down to the far end of the pool, our last of the 50-metre multi-class events. This is event 44, your men's 50-metre freestyle Victorian Open multi-class. There are 2 heats in this event. We're about to get underway with heat 1. Your fastest qualifier swimming out of lane 4. Doing a bit of a backup effort here, Nicholas Layton. We just saw him swim in the able body event moments ago, that 50 butterfly. And now he's turning it around and swimming in the multi-class in our 50 freestyle. So his entry time, 23.56. Very, very swift there. We'll see what he can do this morning. So Nicholas there choosing to get up and racing quickly. Akito Minai from Japan stayed under the water a lot longer. But Nick charging down the pool, got that nice still head. Not a lot of movement, don't need any breaths if you're finished in 23 seconds. So he's got a score of 789 points there. And he'll take out heat 1.
And our second and final heat for the 50 freestyle multi-class Vic Open. That's a nice battle in the 2 middle lanes. They've got both different classifications, but still pushing on each other.
Great race. Nothing splitting that up, was there?
Absolutely not. Well,
Fingernails at the ready there.
booking their place for tonight's final. And next we have the event 45, the women's 100 backstroke. And
How are you doing?
Perfectly timed.
Missed out.
Well, we have our world champion in this race, KAYO McEwen. And the
champion, record holder, medalist.
Just everything.
I think we could be talking about her list of accolades a hell of a lot longer than this race is going to go on for. Swimming out of lane 4, it is KAYO McEwen. There are some very smiley girls in the lanes next to her. Isabel Gibson from Club 37, one of our visitors. But I am liking Jess Wilson in lane 3, back turned on KAYO McEwen. Not getting distracted at all there, going through her normal pre-race ritual. And that's what this meet's all about. You know, these girls who are up in the fast heats competing against these elite athletes, they're not here for autographs and photos, they're here to race. As the girls get underway for the 100 backstroke, 2 laps of our 50-metre pool. Remember, they got that whole 15 metre to where that red marker is on the lane rope that they can stay under. Kaylee got off to a great start there. It's so nice to see the improvement in Kaylee's skills. Watching her back here December, over 12 months ago at the World Short Course Championships, she was really let down by her starts in her underwaters, and since then she's really focused on them, and they're now one of the most dominant parts of her race, which is really good as an example and a role model for our junior swimmers, that even if your skills aren't amazing right now, if you focus on them and work on them, you can improve them and have them as some of the best in the world.
And she's going to comfortably win this race in a time of 1:00.29. And in second place we have Isabel Gibson in 1:04.01, and in third, close third in 1:04.02 is Jessica Wilson.
Heat 2 in the water now, about to get started. Your swimmer in lane 4, Olivia Lafoe, taking out the 200-metre backstroke last night. Let's see how she goes here. Bit more of a sprint for her. So we didn't see Kaylee do the 200 last night. She did the 100 breaststroke. Liv there with a nice underwater. Also, quick little shout out in lane 2. It is Jessie Steinman from Geelong Swimming Club, and today is her birthday, so happy birthday to you, Jessie. I will not be singing happy birthday on the commentary, but I will wish you a happy birthday. Liv Lafoe has led this from start to finish. Gabby Fa'amusuli, the swimmer in lane 5, come home super strong on the second 50, but wasn't quite enough to catch Olivia. 102.30, 103.06, and then Abby Kearney will touch in third there, 104.41.
Is that turkey? Cranberry? Obviously, when next to tuna, it tastes like tuna as well.
I love tuna. I don't mind tuna.
Heat 3 underway now. Olivia Bailey and Lily Kosh on this side of the pool got some good starts, nice long underwaters there. But Alyssa Burgess in 4, showing the reason why she's the fastest qualifier in this heat. Already moving her way through that field into the lead, coming into the first 50 metre. She rolls over, hits the wall, 30.62, setting herself up nicely here. It's a good turn there in lane 5. Semra Olawani swimming for Nunawading Swimming Club. We're also seeing a little bit of a move now from lane 2, Isabel McLaughlin. But it will be Alyssa Burgess who holds on to the win here. Nicely done. 103.32. Isabel in second, 104.7. And then Semra in third, 105.02.
Said, is there any tea and coffee? Right, I'll go and tell him. He thought I was dishing out the sandwiches. I said, no.
So out quickly over the far side of the pool, Kira Walsh. Someone from MLC. She was in the 200 backstroke last night. She is firing away this morning. Got that super high rating going. Next to her, turned in second, was Amelia Chalaro, making a bit of a return and a comeback to training now. But this second lap, Sione Kinzet, MLC, has stormed home, and I reckon she's taken over that lead. She has there, 106.86, just ahead of Kira, 107.12, and third will go back into the centre of the pool, Amelia Blake, 108.19. Good start there from Alicia Brownbill in lane 2 and Nicole Briscoe in 5. They were up, or I should say they stayed under the longest and were up out in front. Stella Salomone in lane 4 from MLC, starting to do a little bit of work, trying to shift herself back into that lead position, but she's not going to be able to turn before Alicia Brownbill on lap 1. But a few girls a bit more suited to the longer events in this heat, so we'll see if they can shift gears on lap 2. It is still over from lane 2. Alicia Brownbill having a really good meet here at the Victorian State Opens. Celeste Alice over in 9s, just moving herself into that 3rd place. She's going to have to try and get her hand on the wall in front of Dakota Mathers in lane 8. She will. So Alicia in first, 106.38. Stella second there, 107.6. And then Celeste in third, 109.31.
An actual pie. They're quite nice though, aren't they? It's like is that a curry pie or something? A lot of heats in this 100 backstroke, so we're in heat 6 of 10. It's one of the easier qualifying times for young swimmers to make backstroke in Victorian Open Championships. So any of you kids out there that good backstrokers? So lane 3, Alana McDuff.
Yeah, Mel Sharp from Surrey Park there leading us out, but not far behind her at all was Maddie Harvey in lane 7 from Cheltenham. Now she's only 13 years old. This is definitely a girl who is up and coming. We've seen huge improvements from her over the last 12 months.
Yeah, she's streaking ahead in lane 4. Melissa Sharp. Entry time of a 109. Looks like she's going to get well under that. Yeah, 107.83.
Heat 7 here now. Tani Cronin in lane 6, as well as our swimmer over in lane 1. Amelia Kennedy there, growing out very fast on lap 1. Tani will turn in that number 1 position, 33.07. These guys out in front look like they're on pace for a nice time here. It is always more challenging in these heats to do personal best swims.
45, heat 5,
Trying to
lane
get
2.
hyped up for a morning swim.
Did not
You
break
don't
the
quite have
surface
the
of the
atmosphere
water
of the final,
at or
so
before the
if you
15
can go under your
mark.
times here,
That's
it's a
event
very impressive
45,
effort as Tani hits the
heat
wall in a
5, lane 2.
109.13. Ashley Dunn in second, 109.82. Amelia Kennedy third, 110.38.
Heat 8 in the water. We have a 13-year-old in this heat, Neve Turton from Surrey Park Swimming Club. Looks like it's pretty even across the board, but the middle lanes are pushing through.
Yeah, Neve, another one of those young swimmers who had a really good meet at Victorian State Age Championships, which we held back in December, just prior to Christmas. So a lot of these young guys will have raced at that. We also then had our Victorian Sprint Championships in January, as well as our Victorian Country Championships. So some of these swimmers, if they are from the country, have done 3 big major meets prior to this one. It's a very heavy season.
Pretty close. Lane 1 making a move, Claire Matheson, but no, Grace Adams takes that out in a 109.85. That's at PB. And second, Emily O'Terry, country swimmer, 110.14 from Traralgon.
And we have our second last heat in the water. And in the middle lane, we've got Eloise Ravensdale from Nunawading. And next to her is from another country swimmer from Traralgon, Kyla Pratt. They're having a pretty even race.
It is. Kayla won the 100 freestyle, women's 100 freestyle at the country championships. She was well under the minute there in those long course championships, and she's a very tall girl, so nice long rangy stroke there. But Eloise Ravensdale just seems to have it. She also has a very long and rangy stroke. Very nice head position. You can see Eloise has got her head right back, able to catch that water with her hands right at the top, as far as she can away from her body. That's great. So Eloise takes that out in a 109.96. Second, Lily Chan from from Nunawading, and third, Tess Flanagan from Ivanhoe.
And we have one last heat, heat 10, and we have 3 swimmers in this heat.
Asia Fong Sutton in lane 3, Bendigo East. Bendigo, a very strong reputation for backstrokers. They had a swimmer, Layla Day, who now swims upon the Sunshine Coast. I think she's at Bond University. And Henry Allen, also from Bendigo, he won the National Age Championships. So they've got a very strong backstroke history. But lane 4, Eloise Pride from King's Swimming Club, 15 years of age, good stroke rate, taking it out like she means it.
Yeah, John Jordan up in Bendigo East doing a great job with the club there. They've had so many successful and really talented athletes come through the program. They train in an outdoor pool all year round. So when you're out in the country, that's definitely affected by the weather quite frequently. As the girls come down onto the wall here, Eloise Pride will take out that first place spot there. 112.39, ASEAN second, 114.03, and Alexa third, 114.38.
Yeah, we have the men's 200 backstroke now. The Victorian Open record is held by Ash Delaney. Ash Delaney is the coach of Isaac Cooper, who just won the 50 metres backstroke out in Doha just recently. Ashley, an Olympian himself, 5th in the men's 200 backstroke final at the Olympics. We have Seabom Lee in lane 4. Seabom was a member of the Tokyo Olympic team. He swam the 200 IM there, but he's now swimming the 200 backstroke.
It looks pretty even along the pool, coming down the first 50 of 4 50s for this event.
Yes, that's right. It looks very, very even. We have actually, as I was talking, we have Henry Allen, the 15-year-old from Bendigo East. He is in lane 7. So, yeah, he's taking this out. Youngster, yes, like we were saying, the history, Bendigo East in this backstroke is really showing. But also up in lane 1, Zach Dell from Club 37. He turns first in a 1:00.95, so looks like they're going to be some good times on the lower side of the 2 minutes.
Yeah, and really good to see some outsiders really pushing through those middle lanes early on in this first heat. The third lap is where we sort of tend to see a lot of differentiation, but no one's really been able to break away in this group. I mean, 4 and 5 still together. Lane 1, Zach Dell also having a good swim, not letting them get too far ahead. But there we go, those skills on showcase from Seabom Lee in lane 4. Just off that underwater, he only went in 0.3 in front and then came off that turn over half a body length ahead of Marius Boll there.
Yeah, Seabom Lee looks like he has this in control. He just seems to be backing off at the moment. We need to get in the top 3 in these seeded heats. Means that you've got a chance of being 9th, of getting into that final. But then again, he did do a slow touch, so it was Marius Boll first in the 2:05.57. Seabom, Evan Chi, the swimmer from Nunawading, 2:06.13, and then Seabom, yeah, coming third in a 2:06.28. Oh, and tying with Zach Dell. So there might be a swim off for this. You really would not want to do 3 200 backstrokes.
You absolutely would not want to. You want to conserve those legs for the final tonight.
Heat 2 underway now, and as always, we like to make a special mention of a few people throughout the morning. In lane 9 here, swimming for MLC Aquatic, Cam Tragaskis. It is also his birthday, so this is our final birthday, and all 3 of them are racing today. So happy birthday, Cam. I hope you have a lovely day, and I hope this is a good 200 backstroke for you.
Lane 4's having a nice swim. Kane follows from Neptune Swim Club.
Yeah, the Neptune Swim Club, that's out in New Zealand. Some of our neighbours coming over to swim at these Victorian Championships. We also have in lane 2 Xavier Purcell. He made national age group finals last year. Looks like he's really pushing this third 50.
He definitely wants that spot in the final.
Yes, that's right. I mean, you've got to make sure that you are in the top 3. He's got to get over on this final turn and really push it on the way back. But yeah, could be anybody's. Especially for 4th. But there's only one winner here this morning. Stretching out into the touch. 2 minutes, 0.85. I think that might be the fastest qualifier for tonight. Third of 6 heats for this men's 200 backstroke. We have a swimmer from Great Britain in lane 5. Tom Barden. He's 21. He has an entry time of 2:03.28. So he's seeded second fastest in this heat. But Noah Millard from MLC, who trains out at Yale in the United States, has taken us out. Yeah, wonderful skills learned out there in the States. Great underwaters. They can only do their underwater body dolphin kicks to 15 metres. Any longer than that and they will get disqualified if they haven't already broken out. So it's good to have these skills, but you just can't go too far with it. Taking it out in 59, so under the minute. He could, if he comes back in a 1:01, get the fastest qualifying time.
This is when your leg skills come into play. You want that kick, but those legs start burning.
Campbell Wilson Moran, though, look, coming up. He used to be at Cheltenham Swimming Club, but he's now at Caulfield Aquatics. He's in lane 2, good underwaters. He often does a lot of back end work and is very good in his training sets at the back end of the set. And so you can see he's really bringing it back now. He must feel pretty good this morning to come back like he is.
And he comes in a time of 2:02.28, followed by Tom in 2:04.85, and in third, Campbell Wilson Moran in a time of 2:06.19.
That is a PB for Campbell Wilson Moran, so hopefully that may get him into that final tonight. He is only 16 years of age. So that would be a feather in his cap if he could get into that air final this evening.
You really need to know about these swimmers, don't you? Any foolish thing. Yeah, but like still, I guess you talk about the coaches and everything. So
You know,
see, like both of you are coaches, so you've got that different level of, I suppose, knowledge that may help you with what you're doing.
yeah, about people, you see, the trouble with him is that he always it's never been a set of like eight qualities, for example. It would all be Well, it looks like Ben Merrilley's in lane 0. He's taken this out. He is only 14 years of age. And in lane 7 also, Lewis G. He's 14 from the Nunawading Swimming Club. And the oldest is 22 in this heat. Luca Welfare in lane 3 from Randwick City. Yeah, but lane 6, Liam Donnell from Cheltenham Swimming Club. He turns first. Again, he has a lovely rangy stroke in lane 6. He looks very much in control. But this is an unseeded heat, so these boys are going to have to go some from their entry times to try and get into that final. So I really wouldn't be conserving yourself too much. You've got to go for it in the morning if you want to be in it to win it, kind of thing.
Absolutely, and also these swimmers will be wanting to gain national times for age championships or even open championships, so it still counts for them, that's for sure. Those legs are definitely hurting right now. 15 minutes to go. And looks like in first place we have Owen in a time of 2:14.70. In second, Liam in 2:15.10. And in third, Luca in 2:16.75. It looks like a pretty even start across the pool for heat of 5.
Yes, we have Darius Schultz in lane 8, 32 years of age. We were just saying he's in there for the master swimmers. We've got two 13-year-olds in here. And Darius still showing that you can get in there. and swim with the best of them.
Absolutely. Ages is just a number.
It is, and 32, it's just a baby, really.
Depends who you talk to.
Well, yes, that's right, but as far as I'm concerned, 32, wow, it's a good age. Well, lane 4, he's taking it out, 107.08. When you think about Kaylee McEwen swimming, it's quite amazing when you think, you know, her times of a 2:04 as a woman, you know, against men. You think, look, how absolutely stunning that kind of time is.
Absolutely, but when you watch her swim, it's just pure on the water. So
Yeah, I mean, she just does not look like she's trying, does she?
not at
But
all.
I mean, and that's the key to, you know, great technique.
absolutely, and the hours
it
of
doesn't-
training that you put in.
It doesn't matter about your strength. I mean, here are the men with, you know, testosterone, etc. You know, you can, you know, get there with good technique. So, kids out there, when your coaches are getting on to you about it, you know, they only want the best for you.
Absolutely, and in first place, we have Harry in a time of 2:15.98. In second, Luke O'Sullivan in 2:18.81, and in third, Alfred Han in 2:20.00. And we have one more heat, and that's heat 6 of event 46. We have 3 boys in this heat, 2 15-year-olds and a 17-year-old.
Having that backstroke ledge to help them start, you can see these days that they lift themselves right out of the water to do that backstroke start. I mean, you know, they can do that now with the ledge, but they still really, the ledge isn't that wide, so lifting yourself right up, I'd be pretty scared to do that myself. That's right, and I always say to the little ones that I coach that you don't pull yourself in at all, because if you pull yourself in, your body weight's over your feet, in which case that will help you slip. So you really need to, you know, keep a straight back and straighten your legs out a little bit so that you don't, and only pull yourself up a tiny little bit. And I think sometimes they think you have to pull yourselves right in to get a springy start, but that can cause a heap of slippage.
You definitely don't want that at the start of a race.
No. So those boys, yep, fantastic starts. And Samuel Nadler from Sandy Bay looks in a commanding lead. That sounds a lovely place to live, Sandy Bay. I wonder where that is. Yeah, it's somewhere in Australia. Well, we do have a lot of sandy bays, don't we?
We
we have some
definitely do.
beautiful beaches. Down here on the Mornington Peninsula especially. I would say that. I'm a bit biased because I live down there, but it absolutely is. I often think it's a bit like the Caribbean, with white sand, light blue sea. You know, a lot of people do a lot of swimming events down on the peninsula, a lot of open water events. Yeah, beautiful place to come and visit for all of you people watching. Yes, well, Samuel Nadler taking that out. Getting under the 2:20, 2:19.67. That was well worth his trip.
And that concludes event 46. We're on to 47, the 200 metre women's breaststroke.
Yes, token of technique. Breaststroke, very technical event. Can't try too hard. Yes, we have the Smith sisters here in lane 4 and lane 5. Rydell Smith, she's still down here in Nunawading, at Nunawading Swimming Club. Michaela Smith is now up at Griffiths University with Michael Ball. Rydell overhauled her sister yesterday in the 100 breaststroke to get the silver medal, with Michaela with the bronze. So I'm sure Michaela will be, although they are sisters, a bit of sibling rivalry. She'll probably want to take this one out for revenge.
Yeah, I was having a bit of a laugh with the girls last night, and it's the first time in a state final that Rydell has beaten Michaela. So apparently she's beaten her in some heat swims before, but first final. And then Michaela joked and said it must be time for her to retire. But Michaela is returning from injury at the moment, so she's been dealing with a stress fracture. So this is her return. She's not swimming quite as well as she'd hoped, but she is also in super hard training at the moment, so you can't expect too much from these athletes.
I mean, the glide is a very important part of the breaststroke. Being in that base position for the longest time and being very streamlined makes sure that you are maximising the propulsion forward and not creating any drag in your stroke. Rydell does seem to be holding her glide a little bit longer than her sister, and you can see she's using less energy for the same amount of distance. So that's the principle behind efficiency, and they're neck and neck at the moment.
Yeah, definitely in an event like the 200, being a little bit more fresh, feeling a bit better, not having come off the back of some super hard training sets throughout the week is going to help.
We have Cassie Byrne in lane 6. She's from Rackley Hibiscus. So she's stretching out nicely down this last 50 of the 200.
So we've just seen the girls in this last 50 up that rating a little bit, remove some of the glide from that breaststroke, keep the arms rotating around a little bit faster. So they come onto the wall. Michaela will hang on here, 234.59. Rydell in second, 234.71. Cassie will take third out of heat 1, 239.62. Good to see Tara Kinder's actually made it to a race today for the 200 metre breaststroke after having missed the 100 yesterday. She's had a good morning so far. That 400 freestyle was a nice swim, pretty comfortable. She's liking more of that middle distance, those longer distance races. So the 200 breaststroke being the longest distance breaststroke event that we compete in.
Yeah, she had a very good freestyle this morning. She seems to be doing quite a number of events across the programme. But I've always loved Tara's stroke. It's very long. She obviously trains now with Sam Williamson, Craig Jackson. Sam taking out that World Championships 50 breaststroke. Obviously he's got a higher rating for that event. He rates his stroke, the 50 breaststrokers rate their stroke a lot faster. But that doesn't mean that they're less efficient. They still have to hold the water at that front of the stroke and make sure they're in that streamlined position, arms out and legs finishing off together. But Tara looks very comfortable here. Taylor Odell looking very, very good next to her.
Yeah, Taylor Odell in the heats yesterday morning put together a really lovely breaststroke swim and then came back for a finals appearance last night. So another one of those Nunawading girls doing some really nice breaststroke across the weekend. Sitting there battling it out for third, it's the two girls from MLC, Alana Torrance, Charlie Millard. Charlie definitely got the better of the turns and the underwaters coming off into this final 50. But Alana really starting to lift that stroke. We like to see that height getting over the water so your body isn't dragging through, particularly on the last lap. It's easy to fall and sit low. You're feeling heavy, you're feeling tired. And both those MLC girls really picking it up here, starting to make a lot of ground up on Taya Odell, who just seems to be fading towards the last 5 meters of this event, but she'll hold on. So Tara Kinder 2:32.05 to take out the second heat. Taya Odell 2:38.22 and Alana Torrance there in third 2:39.11, just 1/100th of a second in front of Charlie Millard.
Yes, Taylor Odell did seem to tie up. Either that or she was saving herself for tonight. She seems to have had some cupping done, so maybe she is feeling a bit tight around the shoulders and back area. We have now heat 3 of this women's 200 metres breaststroke. The record for the all-comers and Victorian Open record, 2:20.54 and 2:21.45, and they're both held by Liesl Jones. The all-comers record is from 2006, so we're talking 18 years ago. It just shows you how good Liesl Jones was. And she was also a very young swimmer when she did those times.
And just the calibre of Victorian swimmers too. So our Victorian records, we do have our all-comers, which anyone can break. So it doesn't matter if you are from Victoria, from Australia, from international. We also have our Victorian record. And so these swimmers competed and swam 4 clubs within our state.
Yes, Liesl Jones coming down to swim for the Nunawading Swimming Club under Rowan Taylor back at that time, who is now the head coach of Australia. And here we have in lane 3, Lily Koch from Nunawading. She's only 15 years of age. She's turning first in a 1:16.8. Zoe Deacon, she's from Nunawading, is not swimming today. She's the fastest qualifier, or was the fastest qualifier for this heat. But we also have in lane 6, Jasmine Lyles from Phoenix Aquatics. She's 16 years of age. Her father coaches the Phoenix Aquatics, David Lyles. He was a swimmer back in England at the City of Leeds Swimming Club, which also hails a famous breaststroke swimmer in Adrian Morehouse, who won the 100 metres breaststroke Olympic Games in 1988. So maybe David's taken a little bit of experience from what he saw in those days when he was training with Adrian Morehouse and has put it into practice.
The girls now coming down. Our leader, still lane 3, Lily Koch from Nunawading, coming under that 15-metre rope now, not too far behind Jasmine Lyles. She's held her stroke together nicely throughout this race, kept that rating up pretty high. She'll touch in second. Third's going to go to our other visitor over in lane 7, Emily White.
Yeah, Lily Koch there, just off her personal best time. Jasmine Lyles, 2:41, also just slightly off their time. So the 15 and 16-year-olds leading out that heat. In third, we had Emily White from Marion, South Australia.
Heat 4 underway here of the women's 200-metre breaststroke at our Victorian State Open Championships Day 2. Got some great swimmers competing across the weekend. You may have noticed on the start, one of our swimmers swimming out of lane 5, Imogen Nolan, had the light to start. She's another one of our deaf athletes competing in these able-body events as well. So our multi-class athletes have the option, if they do qualify for the individual races with their times, they are able to swim in both the para and able-body events.
Lovely smooth stroke from Imogen Nolan there. Coached by Arco out at the new complex, the new Ivanhoe pool. She'll be used to training in a 50-metre pool indoors because they have a lovely facility that can be either short course, 25 metres, or long course. But she touches first there in a 1:19.47. Her entry times are 2:49, so she'll have to come back in less than a 1:30 to get that personal best time.
Imi still leading us through. Salia White over in lane 2, starting to make a bit of a shift in this third 50. Was quite close for that second place on the wall at the halfway mark, but third lap's where we start to see a little bit of fitness shine, the ability to hold together that technique under pressure and under fatigue really comes into play on this third lap, as Salia looks like she might have just nearly claimed that lead. Only less than 0.2 between first and second now, so Imi Nolan turned in a 2:03.67, Salia White in a 2:03.83. So we come down for our final 50-metre leg of this 200.
Yes, Salia White really making a charge for it, holding her technique. I wonder if Imogen Nolan can hold on. From this angle, it just looks like she is. On pool deck, we're kind of at a different angle to the camera, and I think she might just hold on to take this.
Yeah, Imi really came
And
off
she
that
does.
third 50-metre turn well. She had the better of the underwaters, gained a little bit of distance coming up in front of Salia, and Salia, although she put in a lot of effort on the last lap, couldn't quite make up that ground. So Imi Nolan there, 2:48.32. Salia White, a 2:49.07. And Gio Siu in lane 0 takes out third from heat 4, 2:50.58.
Okay, this is the 5th of 6 heats. This is the more heat with more numbers in it, apart from we do have someone missing in lane 3. But Isabella French seems to be striding out. And in lane 0, Annabelle Taylor on the outside. They won't be able to see her in the middle. She's really taking it out.
Yeah, it's important to remember these girls still have 3 laps to complete, so there's no medal for winning lap 1, particularly in the 200s where the back end is super important. But what we're trying to do on that first 50 is really set ourselves up. You don't want to go out too slow and be having to build from no speed. You also want to hit those walls really strong so you can get a nice explosive push off, work those underwater split strokes. Off the wall and off the start in our breaststroke events, athletes are allowed to complete 1 split stroke. It is the event in our program, the 50, 100 and 200 breaststroke, where that 15-meter rope does not come into play. So it doesn't matter how far you go underwater when you complete that split stroke, as long as you only complete the 1, you will not be disqualified for going past that 15-meter mark.
And you can also do a 1 butterfly kick with that split stroke too. So you can, that was brought in, and so the downward action of your legs used to be a disqualification, and now you can use that butterfly kick either before you do your split stroke or after.
So down this third 50, and Annabelle Taylor hasn't slowed up at all. She's having a brilliant race from 0. She took it out hard in the first lap. She's been able to hold on. There's 1 lap to go. Can she stay in front? Rose Vaughan in lane 8, though. She is coming home like a steam train. It is the race of the outside lanes here. They won't be able to see each other. Breaststroke, you want to keep those eyes down at the bottom of the pool pretty much the whole race. Athletes, we're encouraged to not even look at where the wall is at the end. You know where the wall is from that T on the bottom of the pool.
It's probably better for Rose Vaughan over here in lane 8 not to have anyone next to her, because Annabelle Taylor has got Charlotte Hill coming right up onto her shoulder. She'll be able to see that. That might make her tie up a little bit. Yep, Rose Vaughan takes that out. With Charlotte Hill actually getting second and Annabelle Taylor third.
And they all have nice PBs.
They did. They pushed themselves, didn't they, to those?
Alrighty, our 6th and final heat of the women's 200-meter breaststroke this morning is underway. We just have those 3 center lanes battling it out for our final race. These 3 swimmers with entry times all sitting around that 2:55, 2:56 mark. We just saw some phenomenal personal best swims from some outside lanes in the previous heat. Let's see if we can keep that momentum rolling with some more from heat 6.
Yeah, sometimes when you're swimming breaststroke, swimming your own race, being able to stretch out and feel good, get into a rhythm, you can knock a lot of time off, because you know every stroke you're getting that bit longer and keeping a good rhythm. It all adds up, and it can really add up to quite a big PB for some of these swimmers.
Absolutely, Sam, and I think the key word you used there was rhythm. These 200-meter form strokes, so those are the strokes other than our freestyle events, it's all about finding that rhythm and keeping it continuous and not dropping off. Some of the statistics that our coaches are looking for are things like our stroke rate, which is the speed at which our arms are going around. In breaststroke, I know a lot of coaches now will look for not only your kick rate, but actually the number of kicks you're doing per lap to work on that efficiency.
Yeah, stroke count's very important. Keeping the same stroke count means that you're keeping the same length of your stroke and you're moving the same amount of water. And if you can do 1 less stroke per lap but go the same time, that means you're using less energy. So coming down to say the fourth 50, you'll have that extra energy to be able to use down that final 50. So all these things are incorporated into the athlete's training schedule: stroke count, stroke rates, efficiency, technique, aerobic capacity, sprinting ability. You know, it's all. So there's quite a lot that coaches have to fit in, isn't it? In a week's worth of training, you know, there's a lot to fit in.
Absolutely. Our coaches here in Victoria do such an amazing job with all of their athletes. It's so great to see so many of them around on pool deck across this weekend. It means that there's more and more clubs having athletes qualify for these championships. As we come down to finish here, it will be Gemma Bond who takes out first in heat 6, 3:00.87. Chloe King in second, Charlotte Anderson in third. And now we're going to speed up some more breaststroke on our program. We're moving into event 48. This is the men's 100-meter breaststroke. So what we'll expect to see a little bit faster on those stroke rates, a bit less of a glide from our swimmers. That 100, you want to put it out pretty quick and then try and bring it home faster. In our men's event this morning, we have 9 heats. In the water now is heat 1. Your fastest qualifier swimming out of lane 4 is Joshua Yong from UWA West Coast Swimming. So one of our visiting athletes here. You can see him in his Western Australian Institute of Sport cap there. Black cup in the middle. Coming up alongside him though was Adam Selwood, swimmer from Western Melbourne Propulsion, our Victorian boy. He's really setting out to challenge Josh in this first lap as they turn in 29 points. It's a pretty fast first 50. Kieran Jissing in lane 2, touching there in third. We look at our leader there, Joshua, getting back into that streamlined position just for a very brief moment before restarting the arm cycle. 101.35. Adam Selwood there, second, 102.56. And Taishi Takada in third. One of our Japanese representatives, 103.25 in third. And a super long split stroke and underwater there from Yuya Hinomoto from Japan, swimming out of lane 5. Up and racing a lot faster though was Haig Buckingham from Sopak in lane 4. He's swimming in that green Australia cap, so one of our Australian team representatives. But hands onto the wall first there is Cameron Jordan. Now he did a great swim yesterday in his 50-meter breaststroke. That head staying super still. It's not changing directions at all. Can he hold off Haig Buckingham, who's coming at him from lane 4? I reckon he will be able to do it. He's got just under half a body length lead. Haig didn't time that finish into the wall very well either, so Cameron Jordan will take out heat 2.
That's some pretty good times, 101.
You know,
I know Haig Buckingham's been really working on his
second,
technique.
101.68. And Yuya in third, 102.66.
we have heat
Now, if you're looking
3.
for any more high-profile athletes this morning, you will find them in this heat. Matthew Wilson, multiple Olympic representative for Australia. They're swimming out of lane 4. Brilliant 200-meter breaststroker. You can see he's got that little bit longer stroke, that nice rhythm there. That comes from his 200-meter background. Moving through really well. He'll turn in a 28.37. Josh Gilbert in second onto the wall, and Daniel Cave out of lane 3, turning in third. Daniel took a little bit of a break from his swimming after 2021. And it's so great to see him back competing at an elite level again. As they come down onto the wall, a little bit slower than the previous heat, 101.64 from Matt Wilson. Josh Gilbert will take second there, 102.83, and DC in third, 103.
That was a good time from some of those boys. A lot of them from Caulfield Aquatic there. All trained together. Heat 4 of 9.
We have a nice mix of ages in this one. The youngest being 15, Harry Heath from Nunawading, and the oldest being Karen Fernandez from M1 Swimming Club.
Karen Fernandez there in lane 8 seems to be taking this out. Again, he's got quite a high stroke rate, quite a high rating. Takes a lot of energy to do that kind of technique, so let's see how he goes down this second 50.
There's another 15-year-old, Jonathan Leong, in lane 4.
Yeah, J-Lo definitely known for his second 50s. Not the best on skills, definitely a little bit slower off the starts usually, but absolutely storms home. I know a lot of those Geelong athletes also under that hard training barrier at this point in the season, trying to prepare themselves, particularly the youngsters, for age nationals in April. And onto the wall there, Harry Heath will take out this heat 4, 107.08. Charlie Whitsett in second, 107.39. Just behind him, Cameron Cheney over in lane 0 at 107.54. Heat 5 in the water now. Most of those boys up and racing pretty quick in this 100. No one staying under for too long, wasting time there. Going out very quickly is lane 0, Nicholas Moirera Russell. Right up in front. Coming through a bit later here though was Eugene 2 in lane 5. He'll get his hands on just ahead, so 32.01 for Eugene, 32.13 for Nicholas. Second lap, we're starting to see a little bit of movement now. That inverted V shape that we are pretty much accustomed to in swimming with our fastest lanes in the center. Just starting to take form a bit more as we come down with 15 meters to go. Here comes Andrew Tan. He had a rough year last year, 12 months battling some illnesses on and off, so it's really great to see him up and racing fast. Looks like he'll get on first, 109.15. Eugene 2 in second and Hugh Fithy in third.
looks like lane 8, Dominic Sui.
Yeah, Dom Sui out fast there. Speedy off the block. Good underwater.
It looks like in first will be Nam Lee, turned in 32.51.
Yeah, swimming for Cheltenham. Nam's one of those athletes that was with Kelly Stubbins over at Haileybury and moved across when she took over the Cheltenham Swimming Club. We see that often with athletes sticking with coaches they've had success under. Coming through nicely on this second 50 though is Mitchell Stewart. He's looking strong as we come under the flags. Looks like he'll take it out. Also in lane 9, James Meddings come through quickly on that second lap, but won't quite have done enough to get there. So Mitchell Stewart, 109.53. Ryland Wheeler in second there from lane 0. So outside lanes again. Some sneaky swims.
As you say in swimming, as long as you got a lane, you can achieve anything.
So here we are in heat 7. We have Darcy Stewart in lane 3, and it seemed like that was his brother from the same club, Mitchell Stewart, who took that heat out. Did he take it out, Kalia? So
Yeah, he did. So the two brothers here having a bit of a bragging rights contest. Who can go faster?
That's right.
As we come on to this second 50. Nicholas Liu was out quick, as was Jacob Lawrence over in lane 2.
Well, Nicholas Liu's got a commanding lead from this angle, so
Yeah, Darren Tan starting to work his way up alongside Nick, but definitely not going to have enough pull to do any more than grab second in this heat. So Nicholas Liu, 108.75. Darren Tan, 109.94. And then third place, Ryan Walker, 110.39. Heat 8 from our 9 heats of men's 100 metre breaststroke this morning. Up and racing. A couple of swimmers missing from this heat.
little Hamish Evans there in lane 5. He's 14 years of age. We've got two 14-year-olds in Dax Conhedy from Geelong Swimming Club. I've coached on the Mornington Peninsula Hamish Evans and his sister, who's a backstroke swimmer predominantly.
Joshua Toysuda out here in lane 7, absolutely cracking along. Was out quick in that first 50 and he hasn't stopped to take a minute of relaxation here. He is charging home under that 10 metres left to go.
Yeah, he's from ACU Blacktown, just outside of Sydney. 107.50, that's a fast heat swim.
Yeah, that's a great time coming out of Heat 8, comparable to those in Heat 4. So really moving up and shifting with a nice personal best swim from Josh.
So the last heat in this 100 breaststroke, just two swimmers. Zachary Sharaf from South Gippsland Bass Swimming Club, and Harry Casoglis from Cheltenham. And you see them swimming. Oh, they were at the same pace there. You could see them matching stroke for stroke. They were on with their timing again together, but it just looks like Henry has got a bit more length on his front head, but no, here comes Zachary. He must have saved something up, but oh, it's a fight. Who's going to get the touch? Yep. Zachary Sharaf from South Gippsland Bass in a 1:13.45.
And that concludes the 100-metre breaststroke, and we're on to event 49, the women's 50-metre freestyle. Again, with some big names in this.
Yeah, I was
event.
about to say I am super excited to watch this one. 50 freestyle, always a really full-on exciting race. It's all over in under 30 seconds. So it is an absolute splash and dash, and boy, do we have some impressive swimmers in this field. We've got Emma McKeon. We are hoping to see Olivia Wunsch race in this event. She did pull out earlier, but she was here yesterday. You've got Rikako Aiki from Japan, one of the Japanese Olympic team representatives. It should be good. It should be really, really exciting. We know Emma is swimming fast, 53.0 last night in 100. Let's see how this 50 goes.
Oh, look at that class, that underwater. Remember in the breakout?
Just
She's
shows
nearly a body length in front over 50 metres. I mean, that's just unreal, isn't it? So only two of them under 26 seconds there. Lane 4 and lane 5. Gabby Thomasili. Yes, Olivia Wunsch not here today. She's one of the bright young stars training out of Carlisle in Sydney. Great start from Giselle Davies. She was up furthest and first, but lane 5.
Yeah, Sylvia Charco from UWA West Coast powering through. She was a little bit slower off the start of that race, but the speed is definitely in her stroke. She comes down to touch just over that 26 mark there, 26.1 for Giselle will grab second, 26.76.
Yeah, here we have Rikako Aki. She won the 50 fly. She managed to overswim Emma McKeon, so there might be a little bit of Emma wanting to get her own back today in the 53. Emma also being Olympic champion in the 50 freestyle too, so she'll want to defend that.
Interesting to note, a lot of girls this morning are swimming a bit over their personal best, over their entry time. So that opens up a lot of doors for the final tonight. Remember, top 10 into the A final, the 10th, like the 11th swimmer till 20th in the B final. So There's 20 places up for grabs for an opportunity to come back and race again this evening. As Rikako storms down the pool just in front of Chloe Rowe-Haggins. And there it is, a little bit faster from that heat, so 25.51.
Yeah, Rikako
25.80.
looking very good there. Only taking one breath in that whole 50-meter race. Yeah, Rikako Aki, quite the national hero in Japan. So heat 4 of 13.
With our youngest swimmer in lane 1 at 13 years of age, Zara Olawini.
Yeah, so we just saw Zara's sister Semra Olawani swim in heat 2. She's just moved over to join her sister at Nunawading. But coming down this 50, looks like Charlie Millard out in front, not too far behind her, Nazia. And then in third onto the wall there was Helen Smith from lane 7.
So the unseeded heats now, so everyone that are in these heats usually are on a very, very tight time. Most of the swimmers on 27 high in this heat. So if you can get under that, you can...
Just shows how important those 100ths of a second are. If you take a look at our program, heat 5, every single swimmer, 27. Heat 6, all swimmers, 27. And heat 7, every swimmer bar 3 are 27. So almost 30 athletes sitting around the same second mark, which is why we go all the way down to 100ths of a second in our swimming.
Yeah, Zara Jeffrey, she's only 13 years old in lane 8.
Arabella Tomlinson in this heat got out to a great start. She's really good at those underwaters, often staying down below the surface right until the 15-meter mark. She'll take out this heat, 27.68. Second from the other side of the pool, the Traralgon swimmer, Kayla Pratt.
Yeah, so that was a good swim from Kayla. In fact, as we said, they were all on a 27, and if you can just do a small PB or be very close, on your PB, a lot of those swimmers were swimming over their PB there, so... See that the wind is blowing in the opposite direction to how they're swimming. Not very strongly, but yeah, they are going against the wind in these 50-meter freestyle events.
Yeah, all these things do make a very small amount of difference, but at the end of the day, we always look for perfect race conditions, but we definitely can't always get them, and we can't control the weather, so you just have to make best with what you've got. As Caitlin Hull finishes in first from that centre lane there, 27.77.
So just over halfway through, seventh heat of 13. Quite a few Cheltenham swimmers in this heat.
Yeah, and speaking of Cheltenham swimmers, Mia Yeo in lane 3 stayed under the longest there, and it's paid off for her. She's come out in front in this 50 freestyle. She did a great 100 yesterday. She's leading us through. She's got half of body length on Jamie Di Bozzatti in the lane next to her, and the other action's coming from this side of the pool. So Mia Yeo in first there, 27.67, just ahead of Alyssa Lever.
Yes, Mia's having a cracking meet, isn't she?
We're on to heat 8. All the girls were pretty much underwater at the same time and looks pretty even across the pool. In lane 7, Octavia.
Yeah, Octavia Mani, really good youngster, great 50 freestyler. Does some ripper relay swims as well, and she's just a great kid all around. So she's going to take out this heat, 27.94. Sione Kinzet over in lane 2 gets second there. It's a nice swim from her as well.
That was a nice PB from Octavia.
Yeah, a lot of good
Breaking
young
the
swimmers from St Leonard's. Yeah, they've got a great young program there. Heat 9, these heats are still seeded in a wave, so the middle lane should be the winners. But we have seen a lot of the outside lanes coming through and winning these heats this morning. So, like you say, you've got to have a lane to win.
It's still super close here. Looks like Zara Burke in lane 5 was just ahead, but as they come under the flags, Rose Donald sneaks onto the wall, 28.38. Clara Sedal in second, 28.43. So it all comes down to that very last stroke onto the wall. There was only 0.07 separating first and third in that heat.
And heat 9 in the water. Looks like Zana Dixon has had a good start.
Peria Franco looks really good down in lane 8.
Yeah, Zana Dixon from this 10th heat of 50 freestyle is well out in front, 27.86. That's a great time with this heat, all entry times of 28, so she's dropped down a whole second there.
Wow. Here we are, lane 6 is up there and the fastest. Mikey Bridge, she's usually a breaststroke swimmer from Surrey Park, but she's showing some speed in this 50 freestyle.
Yeah, she didn't seem too happy with her breaststroke swims yesterday, and she pulled out of the 200 today. She's just trying to mix it up and enjoy some of her racing this weekend, I believe, and she's going to take out this heat, 28.40 there. Talani Bibi, the Bendigo East girl, over in lane 1, taking second. Heat 12 of 13 in the water now. Not a lot in this one at all. Sarah Cooper of Furbank Aquastars just moving through the field. Zali Snyder's doing well over in lane 1. But it will be Sarah Cooper, 28.03, just ahead of Zal's 28.58.
And we're up to our last heat, heat 13.
I feel like 13 seems to be the number of the day. We've had a couple of events with 13 heats here for our morning session of the Victorian State Open Championships.
Let's hope it's lucky heat 13 for these girls. Oh, Bettina Ambrose there up first. She's from the Ballarat Swimming Club, coached by Jan Victor out there.
Celeste Alice got the best underwater in the field there. She came up well in front of the rest of the pack, but they're starting to move through now.
Amber Lark though, wow. She is so fast over 15 metres. What a great start.
Looks like Sienna
in
lane 1 in a
and
time
Molly
of 28.87.
She used to be from the Sail Swimming Club, Molly. So nice to see one of those ex-Sail swimmers come through and get in the top 3.
Shifting our eyes back down to this end of the pool now. It is event 50, the men's 200 metre freestyle. We have 9 heats in this event. Boys are all behind the blocks and ready to go.
A couple of swimmers from Caulfield Aquatic, Harvey Lark and Nicholas Stupas. Nicholas Stupas on the other side of Cody Simpson. I shall be talking to him about that at training.
Yeah, and important to note as well, lanes 4 and 5, Zach Reed and Noah Millard from the 400 metre freestyle last night. They had that absolute cracking showdown where it came down to that very last 5 metres of the race where Noah was able to just pull in front and take the win there. It's really lucky. I got to interview Noah after the race, and he spoke about one of his main focuses has been his skills and his underwaters. So we expect to see some pretty good turns from Noah Millard, as he's just perfectly demonstrated for me off that wall, going in with the other boys and coming out ahead.
Yeah, competing in America at NCAAs, they obviously compete in yards, and those skills so important when you're only doing 25 yards. It's a less 5 metres. So the Americans are so good at their skills from a young age. Yeah, so when you go out there, it can be a shock. You get out to American University, and if you're not good on your skills, you certainly do upskill pretty quickly.
Now, if you're looking at this field and wondering who is out in lane 8 keeping up with the boys in the centre lanes, you'll be pleased to know that is Cody Simpson. So he's swimming this 200 metre freestyle here today. We don't often see him go out to the distances of 200 metres. He's more known for his 50 and 100s, but he's having a nice swim here. He's looking good. He's been leading most of the way. Noah, we do know, has that bit of a distance background, so he'll be shifting through, probably take the lead over, which he's just done on this final lap.
I think Cody's taken a leaf out of Kyle Chalmers' book, because Kyle has been doing the 200 and 400 freestyle for his 100, so I think maybe he might be doing a little bit of a copy there.
So Noah Millard will take out heat 1 in a 150.60. Cody Simpson in second, 151. And then Zach Reed touched in third.
Here we have heat 2. We have Cameron Bladen in lane 4. He took this event out last year. He was also Victorian Freestyler of the Year in the awards ceremony. So yeah, he's got the potential to be up there with the boys nationally. We have Yoon Kim in lane 5. He's from Korea, and they're young freestylers, 200, 400 freestylers, really took it out at this Doha World Championship. So they're not afraid to take a race out and hold on, and they've got some really good middle distance freestyle men in their national program. So let's see if Yoon Kim is one of those. But it's going to be William Yang. He trains in Sydney. He trains, he was actually a major part, his 100 freestyle, he was the fastest 100 freestyler for Australia last year. So he is going to be an integral part in those relay teams that will be put together for the Paris Olympics. And he's, showing his prowess here on this third turn. He looks in good shape, but Cameron Bladen's not letting him get a bar of it, is he?
Seems like a pretty even race for this heat.
Well, William Yang got the better of Cameron last night in the 100 free. Will went 48.5, so we know he's more suited to that front end speed. Cam was fastest Victorian in the 100, but also swims the 4, so we can see him come home really strong in the last lap of this 200, which is exactly what he's done. Got his hand on the wall first, 150.17, William Yang in second, 150.29. So that's 3 boys on that 150 point mark.
Well, now, Joshua Edwards-Smith, he's been at the World Championships. He's a very good backstroker, so this is going to be some kind of final tonight. I'll be watching it from
also
my
keep in
armchair.
Mind that Victorian Open record. It's a 146 held by Mac Horton, who's just celebrated his retirement from the sport. But they're only a few seconds over that, and we know that often these boys, they'll hold a little bit back in their heats and see what they can come back in the final session. So we are in for a treat. It's already shaping up to be a great final with some super close entry times. Let's see what Heat 3 can produce and whether we can have some more 150s or 151s in the mix.
Yeah, Silas Harris from the Nunawading Swimming Club. He would have been training with Matt Temple, who is one of our Aussie Dolphins. He was at Nunawading, he's now in South Australia. His main event is the 100 fly, but very strong group of men and boys from Nunawading doing that middle distance freestyle. Silas Harris did used to train with Ashley Delaney out in Ivanhoe. So he has been coached by the best and still is. He took a little bit of a break and has come back strong, and he looks pretty commanding in this. But we have lane 6, Carter Swift. He's from New Zealand. Is he? Now he's a Kiwi. Oh, no. That's right, I remember. I went out there, and yeah, when I was with Sil. Yeah. Well, that was the last of our seeded heats. We've got heat 4. We've got lane 5. We have Matthew Walsh Hussey. He's from Ireland. But in lane 4, Daniel Citravies, he's from Surrey Park. I must say I probably do have a soft spot for Daniel. I did used to coach him back when he swam with CA Tritons, so yeah, I might be a little bit biased in this race. But going out there, Kalar Hall, he's in lane 1. He's from St Andrews, so coached by, as I had mentioned in the previous heat, Ash Delaney, an Olympian who used to be here coaching in Victoria but has gone to the Sunshine Coast. Ah, that's why he's going so fast. He's going for a time for his 100 freestyle. I was going to say 51.8 turning. He'd be in a whole heap of pain coming back from that. But in lane 6, Xavier Purcell, Caulfield Grammar boy, trained really hard along with his teammate Harvey Lark. I get to watch them. I'm very grateful to watch those guys train. But also Connor Hayes in lane 8. Now he'll be after trying to beat the Irish guy in lane 5 because he's actually Irish himself. And I think you used to coach him, didn't you, Carlia?
Yes. Yes, I've been very fortunate in my coaching to have nurtured a lot of young junior talent, and that's something that I've really enjoyed doing. I've had a bit of flexibility with my work schedule over the last 12 months where I've been able to go and work with heaps of coaches and heaps of programs and meet these incredible athletes and play a little bit of a very, very small part in their growth and development.
Well, Xavier Purcell getting second there to the Irishman. 157.70. Just off his PB. Here we are in Heat 5. Now we've got Rowan Wayne and Jack Gibson. They were in the same age group as Daniel Citravies and in the previous heat, and they've all trained together. So Connor Hayes as well, they're all in that sort of age group. So these boys have come through from juniors all together and are really know each other's race plans, know how they race each other, train together. But it looks like a bright future for Victoria with all these young men, you know, competing at this level. We have Nicholas Wu there. He looks like he's got a commanding lead from Nunawading, 20 years of age. Harrison Main, though, takes it out. Is it something about these outside lanes this morning?
Yeah, I don't know. They seem to be going pretty quick. I think day 2 makes a big difference. A lot of those guys in the centre lanes, they tend to be our faster swimmers. They've probably had a few races across the weekend. So they might just be feeling a little bit fatigued, whereas our outside swimmers tend to be ones who maybe in a few less events, they've come in, they're feeling fresh, and they're going to put on a good performance. Now, I mean, every time I see Harrison Main swim, I expect something good. He is such a determined athlete. Raced at country championships, saw him at state age from Wodonga City. And he's just super motivated. You know, every time before the event, he's very focused, really wants to do well. And he always puts it out there and really races. So another one of those young boys. He's only 14. He's got a bright future ahead of him as well. As we see Rowe just pulling through in this last lap. It's a quick finish. It's a good time for him. He's pretty happy with that. 157.89.
You'd think it was his birthday today. That was such a good present for him.
I do believe that is the National Open time potentially, or his age group time. I believe it's a national time. So, yeah, he'll be stoked.
Yes, people come in for all different reasons here. You know, there's qualifying times at stake.
So turning at the 100-metre mark here, Callum Rosetto in lane 6. Definitely made a few mentions of him from some outside lanes, doing some good swims across the weekend. This one looks to be no exception, still holding on to that lead. Coming for him though on the other side of the pool, Alexander Cartel. And then up alongside him, Oscar Campbell. Had a bit of a chat with Oscar this morning. He said yesterday he was really feeling a little bit of pressure coming in, trying to chase down some national times. He was feeling a lot better today. He got a few swims out of his system, so released some of those nerves, and he was feeling good for today. And he's come up right next to Callum now, so it's a race between the two of those boys down under that 15-metre rope. We know Oscar has good endurance training out of that distance program. A few breaths into the wall though. Doesn't cost him, he gets it by 4/100. So Oscar Campbell there, 159.58. Callum Rosetto, 159.62. And then Daniel Miller in third, 200.01.
Well, Adonis Giotopoulos taking that out. I do love that name, Adonis. You'd love to have, I'd love to have a name like that. If I was a guy. Well, he is taking it out and he's holding on there. Like you say though, you don't want to go too fast and feel too good, but 58.15. Tyler Norton there, 200 fly specialist, lane 7 from Tiger Sharks. So he should have plenty in the tank down the second 100. But it's Luke Pankman. Wow. Yes, he does.
And we're on to heat 8. Looks like Harvey from Melbourne Swimming Club has had a nice start in the middle lane.
Not a lot separating this field as they come to the halfway point in the 200 freestyle. This is heat 8 of 9, so just one final heat to go after this one. Luke Tucker off that wall, putting the foot down, just trying to pull away from the rest of the group. Across on the other side, there's a nice little battle between William Tan and Nicholas Moreira Russell. This third lap, still pretty even though. No one's really made a definite lead. Cooper Rushmeyer in lane 0 gets his feet on first, coming into the final 50. Swimmer from DV Aquatic. Trains under Coach Brian. What a great little club out there in DVE. And he's just doing so well on this last lap. He has maintained, if not gained, on that lead. So come onto the wall. Cooper will get first there, 203.64. Tarwin Pram in lane 6 takes second, 204.28. And William Tan in third. Climbing onto the blocks now for heat 9. Taking it out in that first 50 around the 27, 28 second mark here. Damien Roth in lane 5. One of his first major comps since making a little bit of a comeback in his swimming. Now training with Ivanhoe Swim. Turns in a 58.37. We saw him sneak into a B final last night, just missing his national time, which is pretty impressive effort when you've only just got back into training full on. He's doing some really nice middle distance racing. Was a great 200 meter butterfly, so we know that he's familiar with a 200 meter swim. Freestyle probably a little bit easier than the fly. Got a few body lengths on the rest of the field here. The battle is on for second between Kevin Huang and Dion Gordon. A couple of boys though in this final 50 shifting up. Dylan Skinner, another Cheltenham swimmer, just pulling into what looks like getting himself into second position. It's going to be close between him and Dion. Dion Gordon sneaks there. 205.00, only 0.13 behind. As we conclude our men's 200 meter freestyle. All right, event 51 on our program now. This is the women's 100 meter freestyle for our World Para Series. Now, joining me to watch these 100 meter freestyle World Para Series races, I've got Matt Harnapple, one of our Australian Paralympic representatives. Matt, can you tell us a little bit about this World Para Series? I know there's a lot of people tuning in who might be curious. What is the event about, and what is this part of the competition here in Melbourne?
So the World Para Series was an initiative created by World Para Swimming 5 years ago. This is the 5th year here in Melbourne. And for this year, it's been a Paralympic year. It's the largest program across 9 events around the world. This is the only one in Oceania. And these events are a qualifying event for the slot allocation for Paris. Just here, start of the women's 100 free. And so a lot of the countries here are here not only for racing practice, but more to receive their international classification and have that confirmed prior to Paris. There's a quite extensive process of paperwork. So above us here from the commentary position, there are classifiers, international classifiers, watching these races. They need to observe the swimmers not only on a physio bench test earlier in the week, and then a swim test in training, but also competition here as well. So there's sort of 3 stages in the classification process at an international level. And so these athletes here will be observed and have their classifications confirmed at this event. Like all classifications, they're able to be used at the World Para events. And just coming down to the touch here, Kalia.
Yeah, so Ruby Storm there, 101.57, point score of 686. Some few good swims there. So we wait until every person in that heat is finished before we'll know the overall results. But we can see on our board, which once the race is done, we will pan over to those point scores. And the top point scorers are who are our medalists in these events.
So Australia has 60 classified athletes here in the World Para events. The largest contingents here from the World Para Series, and the majority of these athletes are on what we call the long list for the Paralympic Games.
So you've said that this is one of the events, the World Para Series, that our team selectors are watching for our Paralympic team. What other things factor into the selection of that team?
So this event is a place where slot allocation can be awarded to countries, not to athletes, but to countries based on them making a event entry time. So like all swim meets, we have event entry times for the Paralympics and the Olympics, mind you. And these times, if they achieve the qualifying time, it awards a accreditation pass, essentially, to that country. And so each country here is vying for a place in approximately 600 athlete accreditation passes. So there's a pool across the world, and these qualifying times achieve, hopefully, the maximum allocation for each country. And here we've got Madeline McTurnan and Emily Beecroft in lane 3 and 4, Jenna Jones in lane 5, Lakeisha Patterson in lane 6, all Paralympic finalists of their own right.
Yeah, especially over the last few Olympics and Paralympics, Australia's had such an impressive team. What do you think contributes to the how good our para swimmers are going? Why do we have such a good culture around it? And what do you think makes us so competitive on a world stage?
So Australia is probably, and was for many years, top 5 countries in the world. In fact, in London 2012, the year that I was part of the team, we were successfully winning 35 gold medals and was second on the swimming table after China. So we are one of the most successful over multi-Paralympic Games, and that's driven by a culture of success and inclusion in this country. In this country here in Australia, Madeline McTurnan there, 102.59, followed by Jenna Jones, 105. Patterson in 106, Beecroft 105. You can see on the scoreboard there from the stadium the points classification coming up on the screen. And because we've got a multi-class system here in Australia, but also a integrated club system where athletes, both of able-bodied and people with disability, are in the clubs together, we just have a really good culture in the team. And that flows up to the high performance level at the Australian level as well.
Yeah, I think something that's been so great is we do have those swim squads where it isn't just our multi-class athletes. They do get the ability to train alongside our able-bodied athletes in the same club, in the same squad, in the same team. And that's definitely something that Swimming Victoria in particular, we've really tried to implement into our event programs as well. So recently we brought in the mixed able-bod para freestyle relay, and this is the first year at Victorian State Open Championships we've also brought in the mixed para able-bod medley relay. So what kind of opportunities and how nice is that for the opportunity for these guys to all race together?
Particularly for para athletes, it is a very rare opportunity to race relays. You know, if you're in the school system here in Victoria and Australia, you would, you know, we've got the school sport swimming. That's done as an 8x50 mixed, and that was done many years ago, and continues to be that in the school sport land. But in mainstream swimming, there's been very limited opportunities at a national level or state level to race relays at all. So these mixed events not only promote inclusion, but an opportunity for para guys to have a go at a race in relays. And so, very successful opportunity for us at Swimming Victoria, and other states are following us. So we're very excited about the future that holds. Noting that a lot of the countries around the world will be listening to this broadcast. You know, we've got 27, 28 countries here, and inclusion is a different story around the world. So, you know, para squads, you know, the idea of inclusion of para and able-bod together is not something that we've seen overseas. It does happen, but not all in all countries. So still a long way to go, and World Para Swimming is doing some great work with their programs and their outreach to third world countries to see more of that happen.
Now, speaking of relays, across the weekend, our World Para Series, we do have some different para multi-class relays on the program. Can you tell us a little bit about how those work?
So with the mixed with multi-class you're talking there, so it's a real good opportunity where you've got a sort of like they're released off the blocks at different times. So handicap, I use that word in the handicap relay at different times. It's not necessarily a word we would use for inclusion, but we're still very much it's set off a scheduled start from lanes 1 through 8. And most of these events, yeah, it's just a genuine opportunity for them to have a go. In lane 1 here, we've got Ellen Keane, recently just come off Dancing with the Stars in Ireland. She's going back, I was just talking to her a moment ago, she's going back to shoot the finale the moment she hits back in Dublin. Yeah, so we've got more of the S14 World Para races as well coming up. And it's a point score based racing system where you've got 4 classification numbers adding up to 56, I believe. And with all classifications where it's just para races, it's the classification numbers adding up. And that allows, particularly in the not just in the intellectual disability, but more in the physical disability races, an opportunity to mix and match the total number of the points in different ways. So it's a very strategic operation by countries to work out what order, what classification at different times to ensure they've got the best race time. You know, if we go back to London 2012, the women's 4x100 medley relay, the lead changed 8 times in that one race of 400 metres. From lane 8 to lane 2 to lane 4 to lane 1 again. And Australia, and eventually it would win that race. but it is all strategy.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, in particular, there's so much more that goes into relays than just putting your 4 fastest swimmers in and saying off you go. I mean, we were always looking at who's going to perform better in that lead-off position and who's going to maybe lift a little bit more if they're going in last or third and try and make up some ground if there's a bit of a deficit in that lead. So our coaching teams do an amazing job. For this World Para Series, how are coaches, do you know how the coaches are selected or whether each of the individual athletes brings their own coach? How does that work, Matt?
So for here in Australia, most of the home coaches are here, just like any other national or state competition. It's run, these athletes would be here under their own club caps if it was not for the World Para event. And would be racing the state series in New South Wales and Queensland just as per normal. So a lot of the club coaches are here for those athletes in Australia. But international countries, it's a full suite selection event. So they have to bring their team coaches. There's the coaches they might have in Paris. And if these international countries are here and these athletes are here, the chances are they are already selected for are going to Paris. The investment required to bring para-athletes to Australia is significant. So if they're brought here, the very likelihood is they're in the lead into or have been selected already for Paris. Just coming down to the wall, you've had Rachel Watson, the S3 from Australia, just going through some classification changes herself here and now heading over across to the men's 100-metre freestyle.
Now, obviously, we've spoken about the Paralympics coming up in Paris this year. But also, this World Para Series, it isn't just a standalone event here in Melbourne. These guys, this is, I believe, the second competition in the series. Can you tell us a little bit about how many there are, where these guys are off to next, and what's happening on the calendar leading into Paris and thereafter?
So this is like any sort of like the football, in Australia here it's a point score system across 9 events. So Australia are awarded points, as is every other country here, and that is accumulative across the 9 events around the world. And then you get a World Series champion at the end of that in KAYO. So they've just come from Aberdeen in GB as the first round. They now go across to Italy after this as the third round. They go to the International Disability World event in Berlin, which has been one of the largest Paralympic sport events, only Paralympic sport events for swimming outside of the Paralympics. So that forms part of this series. It's important that the World Para Series is typically bolted on to existing events, as it is here. And we've just got the start of the men's 100-metre freestyle here. It has been a great success for World Para, and there's a great opportunity to get more international countries and World Paralympics in the face of countries that may not have had an opportunity to see disability before. Take Brazil, take Colombia, who are here as well with us. This series will go to those countries later in the round, I think round 6 and round 7 into South America. So it's a progressive point score and World Series champion at the end. Australia doesn't send athletes to every event location, and it comes back to the investment required to come to all events. And also being a Paralympic year, we are more focused on the Paralympic Games than we are the World Series. It was created off the back of FINA's World Cup Series. You would have had seen Southeast Asia many years ago, and we're still seeing in Europe. So,
yeah, I think it's a fabulous opportunity for these guys to have more high-level race experience. We are very fortunate that within Australia and our states that we have para and multi-class events at our major competitions. So our state championships, we also have multi-class racing, even at our metro championships and our country championships, and it just grows and grows every year as we have more of that inclusivity. And I think we also have the ability to provide our coaches with more information on how to coach different, we learn how to coach juniors and we learn how to coach seniors, but now there's more information on how we coach para and multi-class athletes as well, which makes it easier for everyone and a lot more of an inclusive environment to be in. You don't feel like you're a difficult situation or something someone has to go out of their way for.
Yeah, and look, it's these events as also that tell our coaches here in Australia that World Para and Paralympic swimming can be a genuine coaching career journey for them, and an opportunity for them to go to the highest level of this sport and be selected as a team coach for any of the countries here, including Australia. There have been club coaches, and there'll be club coaches at home watching their swimmers today, that are thinking, can I take my Paralympic or world multi-class swimmer to the top? And many have. There are coaches now in the high performance units of University of Sunshine Coast, AIS, who were a coach in a very small club. There is great career opportunities for coaches nonetheless here in Paralympics. And so heat 2 of the men's 100 metre freestyle for the World Para Series. In lane 5, Liam Schulter. Benjamin Hans in lane 4. They'll take us out fast this morning. And of course, the classification process that's happening here in Melbourne, if it's not wrapped up, and it sometimes doesn't get wrapped up here, many of these athletes will be then referred on to Indianapolis or another series before Paris to lock up that paperwork before selection. There's still a long way to go for a lot of these, and it's important to note that when the selection trials is done on the Gold Coast, down to the touch here, at 53.7. Once it's they're nominated, not selected, on the Gold Coast. It's not until these accreditation passes and slot allocation is completed in June do these athletes for Australia and all around the world know if they've been selected. So it's a bit of a process, shall we say.
I was about to say, so it does seem like there is quite a process behind it. You said it's usually 3 steps involved. Obviously, to compete on a world stage with these classifications is going to take a bit longer. What's sort of the time frame if you had your child trying to get into the sport, really wants to be involved in multi-class swimming? What's the process of classification for the junior level, and then how does it compare to that as you progress throughout your swimming?
So here in Victoria we have state and national classification, provisional classification levels as well. That is typically done in the school sport realm to start off with, and most kids might be able to participate in their school districts, carnivals, and they are classified at that level, and then through to mainstream. It is the classification system we do here in Australia is a little bit more simplified than that of the international classification, but as you can say, the ones that are here is going through quite a stringent level of classification. Ours is a little bit more still stringent, but still has a more simplified process to allow for inclusion to occur. If you're in a local club or a local school, and particularly if you've got a PE teacher even on this call, so it's an opportunity for your athletes, for your students in schools to get in contact with Swimming Victoria and be classified. We run them on a quarterly basis, and it allows them to actually have a go, not only for swimming, but for the water safety element that comes to that as well.
I know Swimming Victoria with their All Abilities programs really trying to make sport inclusive and easy for everyone to get involved in, even at that higher level, and provide multiple opportunities. I know one of the things that Swim Vic has just brought into play in the last year or so is that we've removed qualifying times on multi-class events for country championships, so we can get more athletes from those regional areas involved. I think there's always been a higher number of metropolitan athletes in the multi-class, just from the knowledge that they can participate and they can do it, and there's bigger clubs, so there's generally more opportunity in that realm, whereas now we're trying to expand and broaden, so we're giving these opportunities to more of our regional athletes as well.
Coming to here to heat 4 of the men's 100 metre freestyle, you've got Rowan Croffers here in lane 4 for Australia. Multi-time medalist at a Paralympic level at different stages in time, the world record holder for this event. And Tom Gallagher as well, lane 5. Also an S10. So this is run as a multi-class event setup, but as you can see from lane 3, 4, 5 and 6, they're all the same classification. So this will be down to the touch for those men. And there we go. Rowan Croffers has an incredibly high stroke rate. At different times has been up at 70 strokes a minute, particularly in his 53.
Yeah, so we saw these guys do their 53 earlier on the program today. Rowan not really looking probably as fast as I imagine he'll be going later on today. It seemed like a fairly relaxed 50, which I didn't think I would be saying on commentary. I'm not sure if there is a really relaxed 50 freestyle, but if there ever was, that was his swim this morning. His entry time of a 51.0. It's only 0.4 off the world record. Do you think that's something that is in his sights, that he's aware of and working towards?
I would be very surprised if the world record drops tonight. However, he has been in heavy training at the moment, as they all are. It is a very fast time here, 52.72. But tonight, I'd go close. I'd see him go close, but his goal is for a world record in Paris, not necessarily here in Melbourne. So to get into the final here at the World Para event, you need to be very close to the world record. If we're looking here, Rowan Croft's 886 points. These are, to get into the final at nationals, you have to be the very best. Sometimes the benchmark is nearly 800 points to make a final at nationals, because when we're multi-class, you're racing against not only your time, but your peers who are very well, they're the best in the world in their own class. So just to get into a final is an exceptional challenge. And Brendan Hall here, good to see him back, S9. So Brendan has been on the team since 2008.
I was going to say, that's definitely a name we're well and truly familiar with. Been swimming it for Australia at such an elite level for a very, very long time. And that's something that's it's definitely noticeable within these para events, is we are seeing a lot of athletes coming through till they are 30 years old and upwards of that.
And that's a long conversation to have about as to why, but I think that there's a lot of athletes feel included in Paralympic sport and in swimming and in this community well into their lives. That is not consistent in other parts of their life, be it workplace in particular. We still know that the unemployment rate for people with disability is double that of able-bodied people here, even in this country. So the opportunity to land a job here in this country after swimming is a challenge. So stay in the sport for longer until that happens. And that many, particularly severe disabilities in this sport, you'll see them racing into their 40s, 50s and even 60s. I used to race an athlete from Sweden who was racing at the very top of his game in S6 until he was nearly 60. So, and I think Sweden is a progressive country. For him not to be able to secure other employment is a
That's just so impressive. I mean, I know plenty of athletes who are very happy to go into retirement before they turn 30. So to be swimming for that long at such an elite level as well, and just the training and the workload that goes into it for these guys, like it's a hard slog.
You know, it's such an amazing effort by para athletes. Also, you know, the energy it takes to get them to training and to training. I used to say that, you know, even my disability with cerebral palsy, that I'm working double the physical exertion throughout my day because I've only got one side that works as good as any other able-bodied person. So fatigue is probably one of the biggest coaching barriers that coaches need to work through, and how they manage that, not to overtrain them, is a big thing too. That's a lot of education there for coaches to consider.
Absolutely. So we've moved along in our program now to event 53. So we're still on our 100 freestyle multi-class, but we are now in our Victorian State Open Championships category. So these are our athletes competing for their home clubs. As we go on to Heat 2 here. Girls up and racing quickly there. We do have a few S10s in this heat, so they'll be just racing one another. And then everyone else in the race, depending on your classification, you'll get those point scores at the end based on how close to that world record you are. In our previous heat, Yasmin Bella-Younes got a score of 500, high 500s there. So that's what we're looking for to go into tonight's final in that middle lane to secure lane 4. As we come down that second 50, Sarah Howe, Ballarat Gold, come away with a few gold medals yesterday. Lisa Bale having a good swim from lane 6. As is Chloe Osborne, one of our visitors from Blacktown. So 566 points for Sarah, 760 points there for Chloe. So she will qualify possibly with our highest point score. So we wait for our last 2 swimmers to come in to the wall. And that brings us now to our final event on this morning's heats program. It is event 54, the men's 100 metre freestyle multi-class for Victorian State Open Championships. And we're going to finish up with 3 heats in this event. Behind the blocks now, the swimmers in heat 1.
Nicholas Layton in lane 4. He trains at the Caulfield Aquatics Centre. Bradley Doolan over in lane 1, one of the got the biggest character in Victorian swimming. He always he knows a lot about swimming. He's got a lot of knowledge about the swimming arena, and very, very popular in Swimming Victoria and with the Geelong Swimming Club. But Nicholas Layton just backing off here. He'll be saving himself for tonight. 100 freestyle is one of his key events. An excellent sprinter, and easily goes into a 57.28. He's probably going to knock off 4 or 5 seconds in tonight's final, so that will hugely impact on that point score of 613. He'll probably be going for into the 900s, I should imagine. So yeah, Martin there in lane 5, 659 points, and then Nicholas Layton 613, followed by Morley in lane 3, third with 539 points. Second heat in this men's 100 freestyle. We have Buddy in lane 4. He's got his Australian cap on. He has obviously represented Australia in the Para Series at some point. We have the classifications from S14 to S19 in this event. 5 of these swimmers all are S14 categories, so they need to be up with each other to make sure that those points are close. Put in lane 4, turned in a 26.33. He is streaking along. He'll be racking up the points in this event. I don't think he had to go as fast, but yep, 727 points, 54.43. Logan with 431 points, and then Jay Hayden with 388. Two Oasis sort of swimmers in that field. They're from Dandenong, not too far away from here.
It's our final event of this morning's program, the very last heat, Heat 3 of the men's 100 metre freestyle multi-class. Up and swimming quickly there was Riley Blitz in lane 4. We are looking for those high point scores though.
I think he did very well last night. I remember watching the TV and he did some great swims in those finals. I also love that name, Blitz. You just think, yeah, he's going to blitz this.
It's a good swimming name, isn't it?
Oh, I do. I'm a names person.
And we've got Liam Smith, the S9. Probably one of the strongest swimmers in the mainstream multi-class races here. certainly in a position to step up as well.
And Riley's just snuck under that minute barrier there, 59.97.
Oh, that's some good points. 432. This is quite a popular event, the 100 freestyle, for these Victorian men this morning. We've got 3 heats there. It's going to be, a lot of competition to get into that final. You're going to have to rack up a few points to get in there.
Absolutely. And with that touch on the wall, it concludes our heat session for day 2. Thank you so much for joining us, and we look forward to having you back from 6 o'clock tonight for our finals. Cheers.